luxury? Huh? What does a town that's been to hell and back know about the finer things in life? Well, I'll tell you, more than most. You see, it's the hottest fires that make the hardest steel. Add hard work and conviction, and the know-how that runs generations deep in every last one of us. That's who we are. That's our story. Now, it's probably not the one you've been reading in papers. The one being written by folks who've never even been here and don't know what we're capable of. Because when it comes to luxury, it's as much about where it's from as who it's for. Now, we're from America, but this isn't New York City, or the Windy City, or Sin City, and we're certainly no one's Emerald City.
This is the Motor City, and this is what we do.
Lights go low, the city goes high. Stories untold under moonlit skies. Pray lonely, got the vibe, got the flow for the culture. Yeah, you already know. Turn it up, lean back, feel the breeze. Late night truths drifting through the trees. It's for the culture, by the culture. Pray lonely's got the soul to show ya. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire. Headlines flip with a soulful twist. Behind the scenes where the magic sits. It's the heartbeat of the now and the then, where the story starts and never ends. Tune in, lean and feel the groove. Every moment, a vibe you can't lose. It's for the culture, by the culture. Pray lonely's got the soul to show ya. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire.
Man, here we go to the end of the road. I'm sorry, boys to men. I know I can't sing French, but it really is to the end of the road, though. Welcome in, everybody. Glad to have all of you here. We're at the end, child. GGQ, we're at the end of the road. Listen, don't at me. Listen, I know people virtually, but child, boys to men, they gonna give me a copyright, so I don't know them yet, but you know, we'll get to know them in due time. What's good with y'all?
What's up, family? We in here again for another episode and recap of Ready to Love. And you are right, we are at the end of the road.
I don't want to be though. I really don't. This was such a good damn season.
Listen, it was a great season. And then it ended pretty much, I think, how we all kind of expected it to.
Yeah.
But I am waiting for this. I need the reunion. And I need this to be a three-parter because from what I've seen in the last
Yes,
5 seconds, no,
yes,
we need to separate this.
yes. Child, at this point, they need to do it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Just do a whole weekend of it, damn it. Hell, and listen, if they do it right, I don't know if we can do 3 back-to-back reviews, but we of course we still won't cover it. Q, what say you, good sir, as I take down this iconic intro here? Hires Wayne, lows available, but either way, we are live on tour. It's time to go on tour. All of us are here in the building. GG9Q, we all here. Solana, much love to you, sister. Feel free to come on up anytime. We love you, Miss You, as well. And Jaguar Actual, hopefully you are well, my brother, as well. Yes, indeed. Q, what say you, brother, about the season, where we are? Q, your mic is open, but we can't hear you, brother. Go ahead, GG, as Q gets his mic together. You were talking about something earlier before we got on. We were talking about
I was just saying that
eliminations and things of that energy.
Now that we are actually at the end, we're at the spot where they've made their choices of who they leave with. I was saying that out of everyone, and I was actually really talking about the reunion, but out of the ones who got eliminated, for me, Steven, I feel like that was the one I was like, should have stayed. Honestly, Darius could have left before Steven. And I thought that that Steven and Donna could have actually had a good connection. Now, I do like the connection she has with Vince. I really do. I like the fact that they did leave together and chose each other. But I feel like Steven also could have been good for Donna as well.
Well, let me say this to you. This is where I want to kind of push back on you just a little bit, in love, of course. I'm assuming that there's not 2 GGs in the marriage, right?
No. Oh,
okay.
I know what you're saying
okay.
already. Shit.
Okay. I say that with love because I think of myself in the same fashion that I can't have 2 Braylons in one relationship. So if you have 2 teachers, right? While yes, they will have the flexibility, the capacity, capability to be able to understand each other, I do need an opposite. Because we all know, as much as I'm going to do in media, if I have another media legend of a wife, first of all, we're going to be the head bosses in charge. Bosses are temporary operators department. We're going to be the head operators in charge of everything. But I wouldn't mind a Donna. You know what I mean? Like, I do all this media stuff, and she does all this math stuff. And, we both can be a respite, an escape, a place to fall for each other. But go ahead. I wanted to add that to that because I see where you're coming from, and it could have developed. But with Steven giving out, a pottery plant to everybody, I don't know if he would have been able to lock in.
Yeah, with that being said, definitely understand that part. And yeah, of course, them being teachers, it could be something very, very compatible for them too. But also I could see where it could be, a conflict of interest, or where it could kind of make the relationship seem dull a little bit. And you're right, because after that whole pottery thing and he gave multiple plants out to everyone but Donna, it was like, okay, you kind of see where he was at.
Yeah.
But I was shocked with that because I didn't think that him and Shannon had that strong of a connection compared to what he and Donna had.
Yeah.
So I was a little confused by that part, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
No, absolutely. And no, great point too, because sometimes having somebody that understands your world does help your mental health a lot easier. QD, you got your mic together, brother? He did say to us that he's got a lot going on. So, Q, whenever you can, brother, feel free to open up your mic now. Just a couple of things, y'all. We got to check in on our good friends from the Reddit. Now, apparently, Catwoman right here has come through to say hi.
I was gonna say, wait a second, your mic went out, so we couldn't hear what you said.
Okay, no, I was just saying that Catwoman is not happy with the crimes that we've committed all season. So Catwoman is here now. So hi to Catwoman. That's Dominique. Hopefully all is well with you. Yes, indeed. There.
Listen, Reddit. I'm telling you, Reddit is they're so wrong. Not Catwoman.
Child, listen. And then of course, right here. So this is a person here that's talking about Lauren. Lauren has no game. Her men asking her men to spend around more so was more so giving the men that she did like something to do, I guess, kind of like small talk. Number 2, her connections with Bello, Steven, and Vince top-ranking move between the three based on the day. She found out from other cast members that Vince called her a bitch in a joking way. The conversation was actually him defending her as a good catch. That's why she decided to forgive him, because the comment wasn't made in malice. Oh, chat. Did you see this? They wrote a whole.
Listen, damn, they wrote a whole essay on Lauren. Okay.
Yes, so for your PhD in truthology, you need to write a dissertation on Lauren, and I think they got their PhD. Everybody, so congratulations to this person here. So here's that fur that Darius gifted Ashley. You know, y'all ain't right for shit. Why we gotta put innocent people in this thing? And yes, dogs are people, okay? Why y'all gotta do that? Why did y'all are wrong? Y'all are damn wrong. The dog is like, listen, it was gonna be me or the fox. It was gonna be me.
Reddit is so wrong. They are so wrong.
Oh God. Oh God. And then apparently Bello has some questions for Dominique here. Let's see. Hopefully it's not too long of a clip. Okay, it's not.
Welcome to the next generation of website creation. Wix Harmony. Get the power.
Bello.
I like that outfit.
Thank you.
And that walk. And that smile. Dominic comes in here with the sequin silver shorts. Damn.
Finally.
After my brother said Dominic could be hot-headed, it's something I never really thought of. So I just want to dive deeper.
I'm gonna tell you why you didn't think of it, sir. Let me go back. Now, as a master, no, I'm sorry, as a person with a PhD from Thickology University, I'm gonna.
Finally.
After my brother comes in here with the sequin.
All that right there. You was distracted by all that shit right there. And then when she sat down, right here, all that, you were distracted by all of this. I got my PhD in thickness from Thickology University for a damn reason. You was distracted. That's why you didn't think about nothing else, child. But moving on.
Said Dominique could be hot-headed. It's something I never really thought of. So I just want to delve deeper and ask her some questions and see where it takes us.
Good. Any surprises today?
None yet.
Dominique and Bello's brother. I wasn't expecting more. I got a few up my sleeve. You ready for them? So today, I was very excited to actually get some one-on-one time with Bello.
I love the vibe here. This is like...
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. And you actually match the scenery. You look like a chandelier.
Do I?
You do look like a chandelier. You do look like a chandelier. So I want us to dig deeper. I want us to get to know more about each other.
What do you love? What do you love to do?
I actually rediscovered that I like art. I like to draw. If I see something, a person, an object, a building.
Could you draw me?
Of course I can.
And it would look like me? Perfect.
I'm serious.
When I learned that he was into art was funny to me because he drew on a succulent and he wasn't very artistic in that. You should have bust out a paint in my But that was good knowing I'm very artistic in my own way.
I actually got a question for you now. Do you have any other strong connections?
I actually do not. My strong connection is sitting across from me. The strongest, been the strongest, is the strongest. How about you?
I think we covered a lot yesterday.
Meaning?
I feel like I've been open to possibilities with Lauren and Asante, but I'm comfortable where I'm at.
So the other day, they kind of threw me off because I wasn't expecting a person to give us a visit. We don't talk about how your connections are going.
Not a person.
You know, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
But obviously, they still continue it.
I don't know why Dominique would feel uncomfortable with me talking to any other connections, because she's a super confident woman, but there's always that little bit of doubt. So we're gonna talk it out. The last time we met, there was a little bit of tension with Lauren.
It's always hard for me to have to see you with a person because I'm basically sharing a person who I established all these feelings for.
Did y'all both not Gigi Q? Do these two not know the show they own? I just, were there not 20 people in this motherfucker? Okay.
And I don't really care about connections at this point.
So this is the thing. Today is just me.
Right? I appreciate that. I love it here.
We go together. There ain't nobody else in this process.
All right. Good job. Good. I mean, what we gonna dance around the question? How long we gonna dance around that? Baby, we go together. Tell everybody this is a fast process. We all signed up for it. We don't go right now. So be very intentional about your purpose. Okay, stop. How do you feel about me?
I like you because you're direct. I like you because you're coachable. I like the fact that you're God-fearing.
Coachable. I like that. I am.
Right?
I like the fact that you walk in a room and the room is yours. And it makes me feel so safe because you're very confident in it. When we first met, I didn't want to walk away. And I ain't. This date, I was happy just to have some one-on-one time with him because I felt like we needed that. You know, I'm so happy just to have this moment with you because we ain't had a whole bunch. I'm with you. What kind of way do we have it?
You ain't ready for that.
Who ain't? I was a wife. I know you lying.
So we are here, just the two of us, with no distractions.
Who made sure of that? You?
I made sure of that. That is just me and you. No surprises.
Yeah.
Just us.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Blessed. Extremely.
At this point in time, Dominique has a solid place, and she knows it. We've been talking for some time now. We know there's a connection.
So we gonna wrap this up. Literally, the food.
You got another date?
All the food.
I ain't got no dates. I don't got no more dates. But I feel like there's a couple people playing catch up, and I want to make sure that whoever I choose is my forever partner.
I was doing too much twerking on that little vacation. I gotta get my life. My legs were a little rusty.
Oh yeah?
Crack them knees.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see Gigi go down. Q, if you're there, brother. All right then. Well, let's get to the review. Oh, okay. Gigi's back. Okay. Hey, Gigi, I was wondering where you were. I haven't heard from Q yet. I think he's still getting his microphone together. But from the clip that you saw, what did you think of it?
So it was going in and out on my part, but from what we know of the relationship with Diamond or with Dominique and Bello, let's start off where you started off. Of course, he did not recognize anything his brother said because of the way Dom walks in. Every time Dom walks into a room, he completely forgets everything. Okay? This is the reason why Lauren was feeling like a whole side chick, because his attention was only on Dominic, which is fine, especially if he feels like that was his strongest connection and he wanted to just build on that. Hey, You got the assignment and you did the assignment. Now, as far as everything else, like I feel like, I mean, can we say there might be some red flags? Possibly. Especially like, with the situation that happened between, on the date with Lauren and Dominique and Bello's brother and stuff like that. So I think there was some things, of course, that was seen and just overlooked because of his natural desire for dominance. You know what I'm saying? But all of that we just seen makes me question what happened at the reunion even more. Like,
because no, go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, because it's like, okay, you got all these strong feelings now during the show, and we also even kind of came up with our own conclusion that at the vacation, possibly something went further.
Exactly.
So with all of that, it just has me confused, and in my opinion, so for me, I honestly think it has something to do with this baby mama. That's just me.
I have to agree with you.
Because it's just like so many things that are happening at this time. It's like with Ashley's mom. She was like, yo, that's a short time for you to have this baby and you jump in this process. Now, for us to know, like, he didn't even really know about the baby, found out afterwards, and you know what I'm saying? So it's not like he was with the girl and it was a one-night stand happened. She got pregnant. He has a child now. I understand that part. But it can also be a problem when you don't have a schedule. You don't have anything like set in stone between each other. There's not really like anything consistent with co-parenting. I feel like that is always going to cause a problem. Correct. And for me, I feel like that's what's going to happen in the reunion. At least that's my thinking. Is that it's going to have something to do with this.
No, absolutely. And not to mention too, on top of all that, when Bello said, we're here with no distractions, and I made that happen. Sir, nephew Tommy could get that place shut down. Steve Harvey can get that place shut down. Carla Farrell, Jr., Shirley Strawberry. Those are the people from the Steve Harvey Morning Show. There are bigger people than you that can get that place shut down. What probably ended up happening. So, hey, listen. Found this great venue. Want you and Dominique to go to it. It seems like in this storyline of y'all's that after that day, y'all need to talk about some things. They probably called the owner. And Gigi, let me know if I'm lying. They probably called the owner. Hey, listen, can we rent out this venue for this amount of day for this date? This, that, and the third, not days, but this date. And they probably made it happen. You did not provide the circumstances for there to be no distractions, Bello. Stop it. That's just like Vince saying, nephew Tommy picked out a really nice place. He went on Airbnb and he put down the deposit. What the fuck are we doing here? Oh my God, Gigi and Q, go ahead with what y'all guys say on that. Because I'm just like,
that is crazy.
For no distractions. Well, okay.
Right, like you're definitely trying to take some credit for something that you had nothing to do with. Because, I mean, I really, I'm not going to say I doubt, because it's possible he's got connections, but I don't think he's got connections like that for them to be like, you know what, we're going to basically empty out this venue for you, just for you and her to have this moment. No, you ain't got it like that. And at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I was just flabbergasted with that. I'm like, you really said this out your damn mouth, huh? And then Dominique, I love it over here. We go together. Like, I'm like, there's not a marriage certificate. And from what we've seen, which we're about to get to, because child, it looking like some of the Kool-Aid ain't sweet here. So, with all that being said, let me get this up here and let's make it do what it do, because my Lord Jesus, just the lies that are turning. So we're here with nephew Tommy for the last brunch, right? And he's like, y'all did y'all part. I'm very proud of y'all. and I'm out here. You know what I mean? It is always bittersweet to not see nephew Tommy after that, but it's like, you know, what else? You know what I mean? And then as they were all greeting each other, Vince said, "You better get out here before something happens to you." Hey, Vince, Donna wants something to happen to her. Okay, I just want you to know that personally. She didn't say that shit, but I feel like Donna can be a dom. Okay, listen, I'm just.
Oh, technically she did, because if we think about when they were at that little when it was her and Vince and they were outside at whatever event that was, and he was like, "Oh, well, it's getting a little cold." Yes. And her response to him was, That's what you're here for. Donna has made it very clear where she stands with Vince, and she has not backed down. So I give kudos to Donna, okay? Because Donna has stood on what she wants this entire time.
Yes, she has. I just want to translate it for Vince in case he missed it. I'm like, brother, she wants something to happen to her, with you doing it. Without question, you heard? Listen. You welcome in, good sir. Welcome in. Oh my Lord Jesus! Yeah, I just had to translate that. I'm like, bro, are you here with us in real life? Okay, just saying. Yes, indeed. There. Q, do a mic check for me, good sir, because you're on here twice. I know that usually happens with StreamYard where you're trying to get yourself together there, but let us know when you're ready to speak, brother. But we're here at the brunch, and because it's an odd number of singles, some singles will be leaving here alone. And you know, of course, it's time to meet the ladies' families. And you know, Bello, he is from Nigeria, right? And nephew John said, "Yes, we'll be meeting more than one family today."
Well, he's from Toronto. His parents are from Nigeria. His black blood ain't never been there.
Thank you, gorgeous. My bad on that. His parents.
But hold on, can I say that I cracked up so hard when nephew told me to do that?
Same.
Hilarious.
There we go. Q.
All right, now you're in there. But yeah, when he did that to Bello and was like, "Oh yes, I guess you will meet more family." I said, why did he have to do the Nigerian accent on him like that? Disrespectful.
That was crazy.
I mean, he just told the damn truth, like it is what it is. Is it shade if it's the truth though? Like,
no, there wasn't no shade. It was just hilarious. It was unexpected, and I don't think anybody was ready for it.
No, not at all. To Gigi's point, Bello's parents are from Nigeria. He's from Toronto, absolutely. Q, welcome in, good sir. Glad to have you in. You haven't missed too much. We're getting into the episode now, but we were talking about the clip of Bello and Dominique. It was a digital exclusive where apparently Q, I did not know Bello had this power, but he made sure there was no distractions between him and his Dominique. And Dominique said that we go together. She loves it over here and everything else. And just a bunch of bull jive, in the words of Uncle Shay Shay. I know he's not some people's uncle, but you know, it was just a lot of nothing. It was just, I love you. No, I love you. No, I love you. No, I love you. It was just ridiculous.
Listen, we got all of that just to end up with the he was in my bed 2 days ago, and then you just gonna disrespect me like that? So come on. Child. So we went from my man to he for the streets.
Mm-hmm. And did you notice how the cast was looking? Go ahead.
I said we all seen that coming a mile away.
No, I said that y'all have the right to take y'all victory lap because y'all called it.
Like, some things were just obvious, okay? Now, I understand, like, in this process, you The goal is for you to find someone that you can match with, that you can love. And the real goal is to have a real long-term relationship that possibly leads to marriage. For some reason, it just seems like when they get on here, they find their person for that moment on the show while cameras are rolling.
Exactly.
But it's after the fact. They never have enough to hold on to it.
Correct.
So yeah, I think we saw this a mile away.
Yeah, but what happened is we have seen this time and time again that during the process is so tight. You know what I mean? It's very intimate, all the taping, and you always seeing this person regularly. So it's not real life. You know what I'm saying? So once real life happens, and you really got to insert that person into your life, a lot of them don't make it past that process. You know what I'm saying? Actually putting that person in there. You know what I'm saying? So, but this right here, I seen it a mile away. You seen it a mile away. It just seemed too orchestrated. You know what I mean? Bella, for used car sales, Dominique, her being in the social media world, not social media, her being in the reality world before. I feel like it was just a natural connection for them to connect, but we all didn't know that. We knew away that this was not something special.
No, for sure. And by the way, if you can speak up just a little bit because you sounded underwater just for a little bit. But I think we got what you were saying. It seemed to be more fantasy than reality. Now I will admit, Dominique is a beautiful woman and Bello's a smooth brother, but they really didn't talk about anything like concrete. Like we're able to have tangible things to talk about with Donnah and Vince. There was nothing really tangible with Dominique and Bello, or am I off about that? Because it seemed like with every other person, we were able to pull out quality things that, like, oh, they're making progress here. Oh, they were vulnerable here. But with those two, just they walked in, they sat down, they did their job, they went home.
Well, for me, not to cut you off, but I feel that when you go into the process and you're automatically just caught and overtaken by someone's appearance, you're fucked up in the first place. Okay. I understand when you first see somebody, that's the first thing you see is how they look. But after you get past that initial and you start having conversations, and if you're really, really ready for the process and trying to love, then you're going to go past that look process, that look part. I don't think Dominique nor Bello did that. They were looking to what was aesthetically pleasing to the eye. And that's what they kept going for. Because if you think, like, every time they talked, it was more so, him talking about how good she looks. Yeah, there were some conversations about religion and, what they expect. But if you really, really listen to the conversations, even though they had those conversations, they never connected fully on them.
No.
It was never like a full connection. So, like, especially at the last part, like the last few episodes, it was also about, oh, they matched well together. Oh, you matched me. We've matched and we're wearing the same thing. Oh, okay. Now we're starting to look like a couple. We're looking like a couple, but we're not actually being a couple.
Right. Her dad had more heat for Bello than those two had heat for any type of conversation throughout the season.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, after you get past the whole process of, oh, you look good and you look like someone I would like to be with, what else comes past that? So I feel like that's also another reason why it wasn't going to work. And Ashley's mom, I feel like, asked Bello a really, really good question, especially about, the process of him having this new baby and then getting, jumping into the process of being ready to love. Right. Because although, and I think we was speaking about this, although his child came about, out of a one-night stand or, something that was not a relationship, even though that happened, there is nothing saying that a relationship can't form afterwards. Correct. And I was also saying that I feel like that possibly could be what was the issue at the reunion between Dominique and Bello, because one, he jumped into this process too quickly. He wasn't, he's a new dad. He's not really understanding how to be a parent or co-parent with someone. And then you guys don't even have not really a conversation about how co-parenting would look. or how it would look for the other person to be in a relationship and that child be around the other person's partner. There's a lot of stuff that needed to be considered, and I don't feel like Bello really did that. And to me, I could be wrong, but I feel like that's going to be one of the issues that comes about as to why they didn't work out.
No, very well said. You go ahead.
That relationship, like everything to be the perfect situation. We seen out of mind. We knew exactly what it was. I was a situation. You know what I'm saying? That was gonna turn toxic no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Because of the premise of what it was based on. You know what I'm saying? Bella really never gave Dominique real clear communication. It was just more so of her pretending and him going along with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I really never felt that had the potential to be a relationship. It's in a situationship all along, you know. And it's no way Dominique went into this process, being the person that she is, expecting, I felt like, to find somebody. Then had the nerve to say, God told me my husband was here, and then at the reunion it's something different. You know what I'm saying? So that was
I saw that. I'm just like, Dominique, you saying that, and then she said like, and then she said too, it's like, you know, I know my dad's my dad, but I have to make the choice. I think your dad will also say that, you know, trust in the Lord of all your heart, and not to your own understanding too. That's a scripture in the Bible, Dominique. Okay, listen, I ain't as bad as Medea, okay? Although I do say that Eve was sick in the garden, and me and Q and the Brad, all these other people got to deal with the punishment of thickness, which really is not punishment. I'm being very facetious when I say that. But, you know, I know at least a little something out the Bible. You know what I mean? But and Jaguar Actual, welcome in, good sir. Glad to have you here. Pixel Gaming Reviews, welcome.
Hey,
in.
Jag.
To you as well. We're just talking about the beginning of all this. So then nephew Tommy is out, and then, you know, they start talking about the experience. And Darius, brother, why do you exist? It was an electrifying experience. You know what really would be electrifying? I feel like nephew Tommy and Will Packer and Blink 49 Studios and, you know, Lightheart Entertainment, they need to have that pregnancy simulator. And, you know, since we're talking about electrifying experiences, today we're going to talk about understanding other people's pain. Darius, why don't you step right up? You said it was electrifying. I said it was electrifying, motherfucker. I didn't want to be electrified. Because why did you say that shit? Why? Now,
yeah, let it be so electrifying that one of his fox furs come back to life.
Come on. Foxstein.
I ain't lie. It was so electrifying. You know.
I mean, good.
Hold on, wait. What was that thing on Reddit though? It said, what did it say? The last fox finder or the last?
Oh, hang on. Let me go back.
Oh my God, Reddit did Darius so bad.
Hang on. Oh, you mean the? Hang on. Let me bring it up.
It was so crazy for him to say it's an electrifying experience. It was this, and use all the adjective, and say that he wouldn't do the process over again. You know what I'm saying? Or start from over and get to the process where he's at. So let's be for real. I know you.
This one, Gigi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
No, the one where it's him sitting almost like a Game of Thrones chair. I think it called him the last fox finder.
Oh, that's going to be a while.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead.
But what were you saying?
Go ahead.
Nah, just the way he explained things and how it played out, you know. And a lot of times when you go through different processes and you understand what happened and what you learned, you know, sometimes you would say, I would go back, but I do things a little different. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't feel like he either gained any knowledge from it or really put everything he had into the process. Or he was just using the process just to get notoriety. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he can sit there and just act play a role instead of actually being a part of the process.
By the way, as a side note, y'all, Janelle got married right there. Mr. and Mrs. LeConte.
Oh, did she get married? Congrats, Janelle. Okay then.
So, and by the way, I just want to say this, y'all. I know I bring up that reference point of what Janelle did, but you can ask these two. We have forgiven a lot of ish from this damn show. I don't want Janelle to suffer. I want her to rise and everything in between. You know what I mean? So, shout out to Janelle, and I hope that
there it is. That one.
Child, listen, Reddit does not play at all. But yeah, I wanted to say that about Janelle because I saw that. I'm just like, no, I still love Janelle. And let me tell you something. For what Janelle did, she was a standout person on the show. She did her job. I just had one complaint. But let me tell you something. I would rather have a Janelle on the show than a Darius. Okay? That's saying a lot. Okay? So, listen.
Could y'all imagine Janelle and Darius being on the same season?
Oh, God, no. God, no. No.
I'll be there for that. I'll be here for that. I would be here. I would be here for that. That would make for great TV.
Hey, man, you catch a fish? No, I caught a fur.
Right.
That's crazy.
Darius, the last fur finder.
Another thing, do you remember the couple that got married on the first year, last year?
Yes.
Did y'all know they broke up?
For those of you who do not know, we saw from last season, from the Philadelphia season, they have gotten divorced. Yes, I thought that was very sad. You know what I mean? To have the 10th season open up like that, and for real life to be lifing like that, it was sad.
Very what makes it even sad is like their marriage didn't even last a year.
No,
like that, yeah. But I feel like that also speaks on to the work that you have to do outside of the show.
Yep.
And it even speaks to like, this season, you see a lot of communication happen and you even hear them talk about, oh, well, we talked for 2 hours and 3 hours and we had this conversation. But yet when it comes to like a real connection, they're not connected like that.
It's easy to talk for 2 hours when everything is set up for you, then you can go back to your life and shit. Just to add to your point, Gigi. But yeah.
But the whole fact is that is the point of after the cameras are off. When you go home, if you've made a connection while cameras are rolling, you should still be able to connect on that connection and, move forward if that's truly what you're wanting to do. But I feel like it just shows that these people aren't really, it doesn't seem like they're really dating with intention. And Darius kind of got on my nerves, especially when he was meeting, I think it was Ashley's brother, and his whole thing was communication style. Okay, do you have anything else besides that, or can you elaborate more onto that, or what else is there?
And he could, and now listen, it's amazing that he said communication, but then had this energy for the question that was being asked after he said it was an electrifying experience, and he said that he wouldn't do it again. Asante said no as well, but I feel like Ashante's no is way different and way more valid, way more justified than Darius's no. And Vince coming through with clutch energy said you didn't have to juggle all 10. So then it became a Vince Darius type of thing, and apparently Ashley was a foodie call, not a booty call, but a foodie call where you just call them just to get something to eat. Apparently Carday said that about Ashley, and then Darius felt a way about that information being said, and then Darius, you said 3 women called you to talk about how Vince was jealous of you. Brother, what would Vince have to be jealous about? You know what? I'm gonna come on camera and say this because I just have to. What in the flying fuck would Vince have to be jealous of you? Sir, you had a whole situation on YouTube with you not owning up to the fact that you were allegedly married to somebody else. EBT fraud. This, that, and the third. Had other exes come out against you. And then you got upset because you couldn't handle your woman that you gave your Rolls Royce to. I'm putting parentheses there because apparently you don't own no cars, you don't own no businesses. And then at the end, the woman cried to you that she didn't want to backslide. But yet you got upset because she talked with Vince and y'all on the same damn experience. What the fuck would he have to be jealous of your bitch ass for? Damn.
Listen, not everybody can wrangle furs like Darius, all right? Damn. It's a lot to be jealous of, you know? He got a listen, he done made fur out of parrot fur feathers. Like, I don't know, like
we are not going
to this dude is collecting cats and dogs. He just no, but I thought that in to that point, okay, can we just go ahead and point out a couple hypocrisies? Even if it's just one, I just want to point out one, okay?
Hold on, let's take them to court right there. Let's take them to court. I'm gonna be the judge. Go ahead and prove your point.
Okay. So
this is Ready to Love Court. We are in session over Darius's bullshit. To the court.
Yes, and Your Honor, I would like to bring up evidence. Okay, so
bring it to the stage. Bring it to the stage.
So the defendant said that that the plaintiff is jealous. Okay, and he said that there were 3 women who had came to him stating that my client is jealous. Okay. Your Honor, can I go ahead and present evidence from last episode where it was said that the defendant's choice, Ashley, actually contacted my client and spilled the beans to my client. My client did not ask for this information. It was given voluntarily. Okay. I would also like to bring up that said person, Ashley, also stated in defense of her chosen that my client is jealous and is always fishing for information about Darius. If I could, I would like to ask, does anybody else see the bullshit? Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else?
Q Esquire, go right ahead, good sir. And then I'm going to give my commentary. GG Esquire has given one. You know what? I gotta do this on camera. Damn it! It's a skit now. GG Esquire did a wonderful job of presenting
right. Yes.
To the court. Now I need Q Esquire to come through with his rebuttal and takes, and then Braylon the judge will give his executionary statements and sentence and everything else. Go ahead, Q Esquire.
I'm just a member of the jury.
Oh, okay. Q, member of the jury. Go right ahead.
And as member of the jury,
yes,
I smell it and I see it. BMW. Now, I really would like to give you, a point is very valid. Now, the defendant that is being prosecuted right now, he has not enough. How can I say this? He has not enough.
Brother, you ain't gonna get fined if you cuss. Go right ahead and say what's on your mind. You fine.
He has a big enough case that really we shouldn't even be here. You should have settled this in deliberation. We should have settled this in deliberation that he is full of, right? And then also to my brother Shaw, I really got to give him the grace and the space for handling himself like a gentleman through the process. Carry on.
Well, as Q from the jury, has so eloquently pontificated his points, and as Gigi Esquire, being the attorney for Vince, and since Darius has done things pro se, but nothing is sensible up here. I, as Judge Lee, want to declare that this is some motherfucking ass bullshit. I sentence him to a lifetime of being around furs only, because furs apparently are the only people that can deal with him to give the rest of us peace. I give the show back over to Brandley. Thank you, Judge Lee, for
one more sentence.
Go right ahead.
One more sentence, Judge.
Okay, go right ahead.
And he is banned from every safari in America. Back to you.
You know what? We might as well include Africa, because that is the motherland, and we you know, me being a member, alumni of Theology University, as you know, Brandley is a PhD master in thickness. Praise be unto God for that, brother. He's a good man right there. You know, I want to make sure that he is banned from anywhere that fakeness, trickery, and bullshit reside. So we gonna cover the motherland and other places that have animals in addition to
Okay.
Excellent point.
Thank you, Your Honor, because I was going to ask that all wildlife preserves be off limits to him as well.
Absolutely.
He is not even allowed at SeaWorld.
You know what? He might want to do water sports, so we will gladly add that. I'm trying to hold on. Gigi set me up for that shit so hard. Water sports is a whole other thing in the BDSM world. But anyway, back to Judge Lee. We will add SeaWorld to that. Brother Q, you got anything else, sir?
And his unlimited supply of Beijing has been canceled.
Okay.
Unlimited supply has been canceled.
Okay. I think that is everything. And
no, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I just have one more.
Okay.
I feel that all of his Tubi subscriptions should be canceled. He should be suspended from Tubi as well.
Well, here's the thing, Gigi Beautiful. Tubi is free. So what do we do about that? Because he ain't on nothing else. I mean, Tubi is free. So.
Well, from what we have heard, them Fox furs probably came for free because he didn't pay for them. So,
fair point.
So I still feel like he can still be suspended from his free subscription.
Okay, we can do that. Say that again, Q.
And so the other connection came back and told him that he was hating. You know what I'm saying? What connection that they had together that would have shared that information? Let's be real. There is connection the whole time. Now,
fully agree. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Brandon Lee at this point. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right.
Shannon.
Sorry,
hold on. Yeah, Shannon is someone with a connection with Darius, and guess what? That Vince didn't share a connection with Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
So who came back and told him this information?
And you know what? That's why I was wondering too, y'all, because it's just like when that happened, right? And Bello reset the room, this, that, and the third, and Ashley, like you said, Gigi, said, Vince was fishing for information. How could he fish when he was just put his rod in the water? He was mind his own business. You bit on his hook. You know what I mean? You saw the worm and you hit and he reeled it in. So how can he fish when he's got to have bait to fish?
Or how can you fish for voluntary information that's given?
That part.
And like y'all said, like really, what three connections did Darius have for them to be like, oh, Darius, or like you said, connection, not even just with Darius, but between Darius and Vince, where there was people going back and forth saying something.
Not a damn person. And when Ashley said, "Oh, I like how he handled that," you liked how he handled that, but yet you broke down to him saying you feel like there's something not there. So who really is a real man? Child, Jaguar Actual says here, Darius just proved he was all bark and no bite. He tried to disrespect Vince, who wasn't having it, and told him he wasn't done talking. Darius is not that guy. Asante said there's no security there. So if Darius was about that life, he was swung on this to shut up. Let's not forget that Darius is a 2B star. He's an actor. And with that being said, I must do this because we are that type of show.
Listen, you know what? Jaguar Actual, if you could please, I don't know if you guys have it, but if somebody has the name of Darius's movies on Tubi, put them in the chat, put it in the, in the back, or, if it's one of us, you already know, send it in a message, because I want to see his acting. I really do.
No, for real, because just, no. I can't. I can't. But I'm with Gigi on that, though. Go ahead, Q.
I said, y'all can watch that, but I don't want to. I got way better stuff to do with my I've seen enough.
Listen, that's one of them where you skip through most of the movie until you get to the end.
And have him have his 2 lines. What my man say? Yep, that's him. Yep, that's him.
Yep, that's him.
Can y'all imagine how Darius was in elementary school? Mama, I won the talent show. Baby, you did so good. Now, how did you win? Well, I got talent. Well, baby, just because you believe it doesn't make it true. Now, who actually told you won?
Right.
Yeah. I felt like he was a kid. Like, it could have been somebody sick that day of the talent show. Ladies and gentlemen, by default, Darius, no, you actually didn't win. It was a person that was supposed to win with actual talent that got sick. And you just happened to be good enough for the judges to think that you were somebody, but you really are nobody. I felt like he was that type.
Let's be for real, too. Let's be for real, right? Darius, right? On stage, right? He had a fur on. So, in your actual life, do you walk around with fur in it? Do you refer to the gym? You refer to the gas station. You refer to church. You refer to court. Do you refer to your wedding? Do you refer to sleep?
Listen, he got a 1,000 count fox fur sheets. He got a Polaroid polar bear comforter. He got chinchilla pillowcases. His rug is rabbit fur. Like, I just feel like if you go into his house, he gonna be like, yeah, it's over here. This is my rabbit collection. This is my fox right here. No, I had to go all the way. To the north, and I got this right here. Don't nobody know about this ostrich fur. Like, wait a minute, ostriches don't even have. Listen here. This is the ostrich fur on this section. And then right back here, I'm working on my bears. I'm kind of scared, but I'm working on my bears.
Well, wait a minute. I have some exclusive footage of an animal he has not caught yet. Let's watch this.
Well, what do we got here? Huh? You got your little satchel bag, huh? Your little ponytail, huh? Give me what's in the bag. I'll bite your fingertips off and your ponytail. Give me what's in the satchel. I know what's in the satchel. That's all I ask. Can you give me what's in the satchel? Well, what do we got?
Shit, why'd you show that? He on his way. He didn't already agree where to find it.
Oh my god. By the way, that is the blue hornbill. If you know from Looney Tunes, the stork, and how the stork delivers babies and everything else. And oh my god, I can't.
Yeah, but I want to say something about this right here, this last little brunch that they all had together. Yes, because one thing that I didn't like is the fact that Vince was trying to be he was just mellow. He was just trying to be, he was kind of trying to be for everybody, not like in a sense of dating, but he was just, trying to ask real questions that everybody could relate to, trying to get feedback. He was just trying to be,
He didn't come up in a mean, malice, or disrespectful.
not at all. Not at all. And I feel that when he brought up, and I think he even said this, is the fact that, him bringing up, hey, well, we know that things in the lounge is not supposed to be said, but there has been some things that have been repeated. And Vince didn't say, oh, well, I heard this was said about this person, so who said it? He said, what did you hear about yourself that was shocking? Or, you know what I'm saying? So he's actually trying to get, everyone involved, and it's not in a malice way. He's not being malicious. He's not being, hurtful, and he's not trying to start nothing. He's really asking real questions. And I feel like Darius was on the defense because he knows, like, anybody can say whatever, but okay, Darius said that Vince was jealous of him. But honestly, to me, yeah, Darius might be a nice looking person, nice looking guy, but I feel like he still has some he still has some insecurities though. Like he's making up for some shit. And I feel like Vince sits in his own security that he doesn't have to, go above and beyond and try to be something that he's not. And I think that might be something that's intimidating to Darius, honestly.
No, I fully agree with that.
Yeah, instead of it being like, Vince versus him, it's him versus, honestly, all the other guys, because, he's the one who feels like he has to make up for everything. And yeah. And then, and Vince said something too. He's like, it seems like he basically was like, Darius was trying to shut Vince up because Darius knows that he was going around saying stuff. Like, I feel like that's what it was. Darius was the one that was talking, or he, what I'm saying? He didn't want it to come out that he has said things. So he wanted to try to shut Vince up real quick. That's just how I kind of seen it and was taking it as like, what? Just let him say it. It's not like he's not pointing you out specifically. He's asking everyone, if you heard something about yourself, what was it? And, how to make you feel, or, what was wrong with his questioning?
And not to mention, too, if we really think about the lounge, one of the men that got talked about the most was Darius. Keeping it a buck. About how some people didn't feel like he was all the way there and that he was still showing his representative and this, that, and third. So, bro, out of all the men that got talked about, in terms of, who really wasn't all the way there, bro, you were top tier, if not the tier, motherfucker.
Right. And it wasn't more so the men talking about you. It was the women who were saying this about you. So why would you get mad at Vince and want to start going off and popping gums like, he's so wrong for saying this and he shouldn't have said this. First off, he didn't say anything. And if you really want to be mad, check the person who you say you chose. And I'm sorry, it made me look at Ashley a little differently too, because why would you go to another man and talk about this person that you're so-called, trying to make a relationship with or build with, but you go and talk to another man about it. And just like, Vince said, I don't know why she said it. I was just a ear to hear, and she spilled the beans. But then Ashley, you turn around and make like, and I feel like she only did that because she felt like Darius was defending her in a way, when I feel like it wasn't necessarily that he was defending her. He was defending himself.
Yep.
That was him looking out for himself. And that's what that was. But because she felt like he was taking up for her, now she wants to throw Vince under the bus as though Vince is this messy person, when that's not even the case.
No, not at all. The messiest one was the one that you cried to at the end. And like I said, I'm not knocking Ashley for crying. Okay, we all have been emotional on this panel. Hell, people are emotional as people. That's why a movie franchise is called Inside Out, Hell to the Low. But in the same token, though, if you are feeling more reservations than wanting to have invitational energy for your partner, then that person isn't for you. Let me say that 2 more times. If you are having more reservations then you want to have invitations to give your partner to welcome them into your life. If you're having more reservations than having invitational or invitations energy for your partner, then they ain't the one for you. Fuck wrong with you, Ashley? Shit.
And she never said she wanted that fur either. He just decided to get it. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Right.
I can see it. She asked for some fur. He just thought that I'll wait for her. Maybe she need a fur. You know?
Right.
How you move and gave and stuff. I mean, it is what it is.
He said, shit, we on the Oprah Winfrey Network. You get a fur, and you get a fur.
You know what I'm saying? And it look like it's on Amazon.
Listen, that part.
Etsy. He got it off Etsy or Temu.
Listen, that part. Shout out to the Etsy people. There's many crafters on there that they got great businesses.
Yes, listen, Etsy is cool. Listen, I'll go. Listen, I will deal with Etsy before Temu.
That part, okay, that part right there. Because I was trying to find me a heated blanket, and then I saw a heated blanket for $17. I'm like, no, don't do it. No, there's no way you can have a heated blanket for $17. It's gotta be a quality, not quantity, motherfucker. Let's roll on. So we with Bello, and I gotta tell y'all something. I love the color palette of everybody here. You got Granddad in his tracksuit, you know, this cooler game thing, you know, blue jean, of course, mom and daughter are matching. And then you have, you know, the Black Mamba, okay? And I'm not talking about the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, rest in peace to that brother. I'm talking about the Black Mamba, like, yes, I am here. I am king. I am here to be with all of you. And my queen is next to me. I'm very happy. And then this tiger right here is just like, you know what? I need to come down all this shit right now because none of this shit's making sense to me. I've been on this wall for years. So all being said, Dominique's parents have been married for 48 years, so congratulations on almost 50 years of marriage. That's a wonderful thing. You know, Dad would not be here for someone who is not Christian. By the way, Dominique's dad is a pastor. So, you know, of course, you know, being down south or up north or at any black church, you dealing with a pastor's daughter or a pastor's son, you know, that's a unit that either you got it or you don't. You know, I mean, I was at a full gospel Baptist church for a long time and then went to a non-denominational church. And I've always said to God, my God, if I see the right one that's a pastor's daughter, you gotta decrease and level off and squash all of me to increase through me. Because if I walk in that house and you know how you doing, Brad? I'm good. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Mama said, Mama Sala, my side. You know, well, we heard about Brandon's virtual tour and all that stuff. My family actually watched. Wait, y'all. Wait. Hang on. Y'all watch my show. Do y'all not know my mouth? Like, it would have to be that right family that understands me for me. Because not every black dad and black mother who's a first lady and bishop is going to take on a brain with that personality. I'm going to let you know right now. Or a woman that, you know, she's a little rambunctious. Say again. Q. All right, I'll move on. So, you know, he's from Toronto and his parents are from Nigeria and he is a traditionalist and going to real estate. I really didn't get too much from this conversation, y'all. What did y'all think about it?
Yeah, I'll agree that I feel like that was a good interaction, but again, has me questioning what we saw. Was it last week or week before last when Dominique was with Bello's brother and she was talking about how he talks to my mom and dad, he talks to my family and they love him. Mm-hmm. That's not the energy we was getting right here at this table.
No.
And from what her father said is the conversation about religion didn't come up.
Not at all.
So, one, I mean, yes, I understand the fact that, hey, you are grown and your choices are your choices. Your mom and your daddy don't have to live with those choices, but they will have to live with certain mistakes you make, because if those mistakes cause you harm, it'll cause them harm. You know what I'm saying? And as a parent, we don't want our children to be harmed, to be hurt, feeling any kind of pain. Yeah, it might be normal
No
to
matter
life,
the
but
age.
us as parents, we definitely don't want that.
No matter
Right.
the age.
Yes. Amen.
But I feel like it showed just how much she's trying to push a narrative that possibly is not what it is, which I feel like is what led to what we see at the reunion. Because I feel like, in a way, Dominic was pushing the relationship and Bello was just there for it. Like, he physically likes Dominic, but does he like her emotionally? Does he like her mentally? Does
No.
he like her in the spiritual sense? Because since she's grown up Christian, he's, a Muslim, there's definitely going to be issues and conflicts with what one believes or how one wants to run their household.
Correct.
Now, yeah, there is a lot where, and it's happening a lot more now, where there's a lot of mixed religion happening in marriages. A lot of times, no, that wasn't a thing. But now, you do have a lot more people who are okay with, being a Christian and dating a Muslim, or being, non-religious and getting with someone who is religious. But one thing that normally happens in that is someone's going to want you to conform.
Yep.
Either the person who's non-religious might want you to be less, or the person who is religious is going to want you to at least try to be like them. So I feel like that is always going to be a big issue, and that right there spoke volumes. Again, you're saying one thing, but then when it comes time to meet the family, that's not what's being shown. So how can you really say, like, oh, this is your man? And listen, God speaks to us in different ways, but honey, for you to say that God spoke to you and told you that your husband was in there, listen, that might not have been the Lord on the intercom. Okay, he might not have been the one that called you. You might have got a spam call that day. Make sure you check your caller ID when he called, because honey, I don't think that was him that called you.
And Gigi, if that was the case, you wait for God to prove it. Then you say that on your wedding night. You know what I'm saying? That's something that you say. The wedding. God told me that. I'm just sit here and say something that's gonna be living for forever. You know what I mean? And it don't come to fruition. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely, and not to mention too, to both of your articulate points. Did y'all notice too? I forgot to say this, but I'm going to bring it up now. Did y'all notice how the mom said, we're all trying to get right, and that no one's perfect, and Bello kind of rested into the mom, but that daddy wasn't moving off his square for shit.
Right.
Like, I've been married for 48 years, but you can tell that they of course 48 years you have loved him through the good, the bad, and what the fuck in the middle. But it just seemed like it was unequally yoked. And I'm not talking about unequally yoked in terms of religion. I'm talking about unequally yoked in terms of energy.
Oh yeah, the dad was like, he already said, one, girl, your daddy is a Christian and he's a pastor. Ooh, honey, baby. Okay. That right there, to me, I feel, okay, how can I say this? Y'all can come at me if you want to. So what? But to me, I felt like that was a sign of disrespect on Dominic's part towards her father. Because if you know that you have interest in this man who is a Muslim, and you know that your father is a Christian and he's a pastor,
yep.
When it comes to religion is definitely something. Regardless of, at the end of the day, you are going to make your own decisions. Yes. But some things you should have that conversation, especially if you are bringing your family or your parents into that situation. Because I feel like that was a blind side for her dad.
Yep.
Like, y'all should have had that conversation ahead of time. And if it was where you were saying, oh yeah, he's met my parents and they love him, evidently they love the thought or the idea of him, because him himself is not who they love, because they don't even know him, because you're not telling them the truth about him.
There it is.
So that to me just seems like that was also another direction towards disaster. But yeah,
you're absolutely right.
What do y'all think?
No, I think you're absolutely right on point. You know, we talk about fantasy versus reality a lot with this show, right? And I truly believe that this was born out of fantasy, but there was nothing that was going to hold them into that reality. And, you know, I think blindsiding doesn't just happen with a pastor. That's with anybody, because you guys may have heard this before, but when you are dating somebody and you want to marry them, you do marry the family in some shape, form, or fashion, right? Now, of course, the family's not in your house and all that stuff every day, but the connection that you create, you leave your mom and dad, you cleave to each other, become one. That's a real thing when it comes to families, right? Oh, absolutely, Jaguar. Hang on, let me drop the link here. But yeah, I just felt like for that space there, you ain't gonna blindside me. That's like that's like if my son, or let's put it like this. Let's just say that Gigi, you know, Q, Solana, and me and my wife Precious Lee, we're at the house chilling, and our son says, "Hey, mom and dad, I met somebody." Oh, that's great! Congratulations. Who'd you meet? Northwest. Excuse me? Come here. Get your ass over here. Auntie Gigi, Uncle Kid, and they can't help your ass. No, this is a grown cop.
Another thing, one second, bro. I'm just interjecting. But,
yeah, go right ahead.
I apologize. But one thing Gigi said that we can't look over is the disrespect. Because your father is a pastor over a congregation. You know what I'm saying? Over a congregation. So it's not like he just the influence that he has on other people's life, he has to account for. You know what I'm saying? So if he went on that show and agreed with something that he doesn't believe in, that's gonna tell the congregation it's possible that, you know, he don't really stand on everything he says. You know what I'm saying? Because he had to make that stand. But at the exact same time, his daughter should never put him in that position to have to make that decision. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. Jaguar, welcome in. Let me go ahead and finish my example, and then I'll let you speak. But like I was saying, wait, you met Northwest? Do you know who her dad is? Yeah, he's Kanye. No. I'm going to try to give her the benefit of the doubt because she's her own person. But we should have talked about this. Like, that would be like if Gigi, Q, Jaguar, if they had anybody new come into their life, they deserve a heads up of what they're walking into. And that's across the board, because I do feel you, Q. Like, when you talk about, you know, marrying the family, this family is also a congregation too. And let me tell you something, a church family can just be as ratchet, toe up, and everything in between as a regular schmegular family. Because, you know, essentially we saw this with Bishop T.D. Jakes. Now, of course, this is certain circumstances permitting, but Sarah Jakes and her husband are the new pastors of the Potter's house, right? So there's definitely implications there. Jaguar, welcome in. Glad to have you here.
Hey, Jag.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
No problem. Good to see you, good sir. And happy New Year to you. Everything in between. Hopefully, everything is good with you. I saw your comment here. She handled that all wrong. She should have prepped both sides before the meal. she passed on to her parents at the last minute. Did you want to expound on that, or?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Hanging on in, bro.
Yeah, I don't know which part you guys are specifically. So if anybody was involved in the snowstorm, I hope you guys are all safe. If not, please make sure to stay safe.
Thank you, good sir. Much love to you for that.
Thank you.
As
Same
far
to
as this
you.
goes, it felt like it's the best way to describe it. It felt like a teenage daughter who got involved with a bad boy, and she's trying to invite them over to meet the parents. It's like somebody she knows the parents wouldn't approve of, because I don't understand how, if you're a grown woman, a 42-year-old, according to her profile, that you wait right until the person comes in to say, oh, by the way, he's a Muslim, and then sit down. That should have been something that was said like at the start of the process. As soon as you got introduced to him and he told you that, you should have told your parents that, hey, I bet this guy is into me, blah, 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 and he's a Muslim. And you should have also told Bello, hey, my parents are Christian, my dad is also actually a pastor. So she should have prepped both sides to the meeting, and she didn't do that. And that made things extremely awkward and unnecessarily hostile for that particular meetup. It wasn't a mature decision on her part.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. That's what I was saying. I feel like it was more disrespectful for her to do it at that moment, especially after you made it a point to make another woman feel less than, made her position feel like it was obsolete compared to you, because you guys have had this conversation with your parents. It doesn't seem like was really had. So now it all just seems like, honestly, it's making Dominique kind of seem like the mean girl in a way. You know what I'm saying? Because what she was doing to Lauren in that moment was purposely making Lauren feel a certain type of way, when in reality, what she said was not even true.
Yeah. Because in that exclusive clip, she said we had another person show up. Like, excuse you? You're not the only person here. The hell?
Yeah. And Jaguar, if I can ask you, what do you think about the instance with like Darius and Vincent in the beginning, and the whole conversations happening outside of the lounges? What did you feel about that conversation part?
Well, to begin with, I think both sides disrespected the process of the show, because season after season, Tommy says the exact same thing, no matter what the cast is. Whatever happens in the lounge stays in the lounge. And it looks like both the men and the women disregarded that, and they were both spilling secrets on either side. That's to begin with. And second of all, Darius was like, he doesn't sell himself as a guy who's about that life. He's all back and no bite, basically. He talks a lot, but he thinks that he could bully Vince. But Vince was like, no, I'm still talking. You're going to disrespect me. I'm going to keep saying what I have to say. You're not going to just shut me down. That's not going to happen. And then Darius got chirpy, and you're like, oh, shut up, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, Vince is a guy who stands on business. If you probably didn't realize it from back in the day, from the first episode to now, he stands on business. He doesn't back down. It doesn't matter who it is. And to be honest, he's an ex-cop. He probably had some kind of combat training. So I don't think if Darius tried anything, would have gone. I don't think it would have ended well, is the best way to describe it. And Asante said there was no security there, so I don't think Darius would have wanted that. He's not that guy. He's never been about that life. He's all back and no bite, as I say. But both sides disrespected that. I didn't appreciate that everybody was just leaking secrets to each other. I don't like how this entire season was handled, because too many people were having access to do podcasts and interviews and spilling stuff that it muddied the waters. We're supposed to have a certain amount of mystery up until the final, and then have things explained at the reunion. But we got a lot of insights already, so there's a lot of things that we knew that's going to happen way before it happens. I don't know if you guys saw the post that Ashley made.
Yeah, she just made that post. I've seen it.
She made a post and deleted it.
It's a bunch
Braylon,
of
can you
lies
throw
about
up a
homophobic.
post?
Yeah, what or Q, if you can send it to me, what's the post? Just for context, conjecture, and connection.
It was on her Instagram page. I have to just find it because I can't.
I'll link it for you. That's hold on. Let me just.
And I definitely agree with that too. Like both sides have definitely been disrespectful, especially when it comes to the lounges and keeping everything a secret. That is something that we've seen season after season after season. But we've also talked about this is normally they don't have certain stuff come out until about episode 4 or 5. That's when you normally will start seeing somebody on, online start, talking about the show. But normally they are only allowed to say what has happened and what we've seen. They can't tell anything past that because if they do, then they run the risk of actually getting sued and getting in trouble.
Yep.
But I agree with you, Jaguar, for the fact that like this season, it did seem like there were a lot more podcasts happening during the season.
Ever before.
Yeah, than ever before. And I actually think what Lauren had a podcast that she was doing before the show even happened.
Mm-hmm.
So she's had people come on the show, even people who have been who were eliminated, people who were still there, and they were talking about certain things. So I definitely agree with you that I feel like this season there were a lot more outside conversations on social media with the cast. It's different when we as content creators, talk about it and do recaps and stuff like that. But when you're actually on the show and you're talking about what's happening at that moment, it does take away from it, because now you're like, well, you can kind of read between the lines and either see who's there, who's not, see what happens, or what didn't happen. So yeah, definitely this season, even though it was a very mature season as far as the show and the conversations and how things were handled, it was a very mature season, I will say. But on the back end, that's what we get. So you get maturity, but you also get a lot more outside conversations, I guess.
Yeah, no,
I posted the link for you. It's in the chat there, so you can just click on it and it'll come up. But I saw Lauren start. Well, the podcast that she had with Ed was something separate, but she also started her own YouTube channel, which was just completely just Access Lauren separately. I was there with her when she was trying to get it set up, because she's running into some technical difficulties. Me and a few other people helped her sort it out. But I think a lot of these people just came on for exposure. They weren't really there for the right reasons to begin with.
Yeah, I see that. Like, honestly, I kind of feel like Asante was a plan. I don't feel like she was necessarily there to find a connection. I feel like she was more so there to be a filler. And there was a couple. I'm like, even Ed, I could say Ed might have been. Honestly, I'd even say Darius possibly.
I'm trying to go to the picture, but it's not pulling up for me. You might have to DM it to my IG, maybe. Hang on, I'll pull up my IG right here.
But the exact same thing is they was trying to do the exact same thing they did this season, last season, because you can't tell me that it was a bunch of fillers in last season as well. It just didn't work as well as it did this season. Throughout the history of Ready to Love, you really see a lot more connections being made organically and naturally moving forward to the next couple of seasons. I'm really, hopefully, the next season or whatever season that the city they decide to go into, they get back to the essence of Ready to Love. But I think it's going to be so hard to do that because they're trying to broaden the horizons of the show. That's why I always particularly liked it when they kept it in a smaller market, because it seemed more intimate. Now we're just going to do the product that we're going to get because it's going to be such a bigger show now. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to be upsetting. So I think we can keep running into a lot more people doing the exact same thing, just trying to get exposure, because I think the essence of the show might be getting lost because they're trying to appeal to the masses. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely.
It's a Facebook link. It'll take you straight to Facebook. So if you don't have it open, then you probably won't get it.
Okay, because I'm trying here. I'm clicking on it. It says, sorry, the content isn't available right now. Hang on, let me see something.
Are you in the group? You Ready to Love group on Facebook?
No, I'm not. I don't
that's
think
probably why. Okay, that's not. I'll screenshot it and send it to you directly.
Okay. Yeah, just screenshot and send it to me. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I'm about to pull it up here. Now, I don't know how this happened, but I'm going to pull it up and you let me know if this is it. Is this the post here? Hang on, wait. Is this it right here? This one?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Ashley Jeter. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Ashley, sorry about that. Beautiful. I can't wait till the show is over. I'm so tired of being linked to this man. Nothing good came to me being matched with him. Well.
Yep.
Okay, so we know that clearly they didn't work out.
Nope.
Yeah,
and from the clip that we saw in the trailer, Bello and Dom didn't work out either. So the only people that might still be together is Vince and Donna. But it could work, but I think Donna's timeline is probably going to piss him off.
Yeah, I will agree with you. I think there could be some friction there, but I don't think Donna has posted anything like this about Vince, so I think we might be in the clear for sure. But no, thank you for that, as always, brother. And by the way, shout out not just to the Ready to Love Reddit group, but also shout out to, let me get back to it. Shout out to the Ready to Love Detroit discussion group, season 11. Yes, indeed, there. So, okay. So,
and did you see what Darius' sister said? The post that she made? Didn't see that? Okay, listen.
Was that also in the Facebook group?
Yeah, that's. Here's what I'll just copy and paste it into the. I wonder if this has a. Does this have a character limit in your private chat on SteamYard?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, I'll break it up into. Let's do 3 sentences.
Okay.
And we'll see how that works.
Sounds good.
But can I just say something about Vince and Donna? We've talked about Donna's timeline and how that actually could be like a thing that could set her and Vince back from actually moving forward with their relationship. We've spoke about this so many times, and I think I will say it. It really all depends on who you're with, because sometimes you can have a timeline in your head and be like, by this time I want this and this to happen, or I want to be married, I want to be engaged, or whatever the case is. Or you could just be the type of person where, I don't want that, but you meet someone who completely changes your mind. I really feel like it's all on who you meet and who you're with, because you might have a timeline that someone else doesn't, but you might meet that person and they completely mess with time. Like, they will create in you where you have no sense of time because you just want to be with that person. And I feel like that could happen with Donna and Vince, really, is, because I feel like if the timeline was such a big deal, and with Vince being so, set on not having a timeline, he wouldn't have chose Donna. But because he sees something in her, and because they actually get along and they have, a real true genuine connection, I feel like that timeline is not as bad for him. He's not seeing it in that negative way anymore, because he's just more focused on if him and Donna can grow genuinely as people. And for them to agree on that, I could see them two lasting compared to the other ones.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with that. I mean, there's always what Steve Harvey said: all men can change, all men will change, but there's only one that they're going to change it for. You know what I mean? Let me bring up these comments here. Let's see here. This is Darius' sister. I'd just like to say this: Darius has done nothing but treat the women he was introduced to with nothing but respect. Our brother TJ actually brought one of them flowers as well, and I even offered to help network in whatever they had going on. But to create a narrative, pretend that you've been played or asked to be a maid, just unjust when that hadn't been the layout nor the request at all. He asked a woman, "What do you bring to a relationship?" The answer was what wasn't going to be done. If I ask you what you do, what you do want to eat, and you start listing all the things you don't want to eat. It only says that you are in fight mode. Some women generally want to know about you because they want to build with them, and you're giving them nothing but fight. We as women have to stop this and get discernment. Oh my lord! All right then. Well, she riding for her brother. Can't knock her for that, but I don't know if she knows what her brother has done.
Yeah, that definitely said a lot. And there is definitely a lot of truth to that, you know, but it also goes both ways too.
Yeah.
And, you know, especially when you are on the outside looking in, and even as siblings, you don't always know what your siblings do because you only see one part of them. They're your siblings. So sometimes you only see the good. You don't see the bad because you don't want to. Like, you will literally turn a blind eye to what they're doing because of the closeness that you have. So she can see that, oh, well, my brother's this, my brother's that, but she's this way. It's like, okay, well, your brother's also gone through several relationships. Is it always the women, or could it
No,
be
no.
that there's something with him?
Let me play devil advocate now. Ashley don't have a clean slate of dogs on herself either.
Yeah.
I don't know where you sit there and say you clean all of this stuff and still go through with it. You know what I'm saying? So evidently now, you know what I'm saying, Darius might do like have his butt going on. But Ashley not clean either. Because if you say who you say you are, and you believe in the growth that you do, and you seen um Darius a mile away, or you what you're saying now, it's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Because if you always felt that way, why in the world would you go down that path? Well, you know good and well the possibility of that path not being what it is. So I'm not gonna sit there and just let her just bad Darius because he plays her
Oh
part
yeah,
in it.
absolutely not.
She played her part in it as well.
Listen, we didn't already took her to court because
Yep.
we seen clearly the bullshit. Like,
Yes.
you agreed with Darius because you felt like he was taking up for you or standing up for you, yet all the while you were the one who was talking to another man who's in that same group about Darius and confiding in, you know, the things that you don't like and don't want and how he's treating you. So yeah, Ashley definitely does not have a clean slate, and we are definitely not going to treat her like she is a princess and she's just done no wrong, because we've seen it.
Yes.
So yeah, her slate's not clean. And then something else is her doing all that, what we just talked about with her and Vince, and then, you know, the fact of her at the end saying how she didn't want to, you know, go backwards after doing all this hard work. Girl, if you already seen that you were going backwards, or you felt like you were going backwards, and it got
Yep.
you to a place where you were so emotional and so fearful of getting back to that place because you've already seen that you were in that spot with him, you yourself made the decision to put yourself there. So don't
Yep.
talk about him being wrong when you made the choice to step in next to him.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Also,
Without
the showdown because Ashley got other different well, Ashley's on Instagram as well. And I seen a post that she made, and it was like, this is what she said. She said, well, more love, more TV shows, more casting, or something like that, she was saying. So I'm like, did you even take the process serious? Or are you just trying to use it for
wait,
exposure?
wait.
Yeah.
Say that one more time for the one more time, just so I can hear it loud, clear, and strong.
Okay, Ashley said it's a post she made on Instagram, and she was saying more shows to come, like more, like she's about to be on TV more. She's gonna try and audition more for other shows. That's what she was saying on Instagram.
So we're gonna see her on the Never Ever Mets with somebody? You know what?
Listen, hold on, read the rest of what Jag said, because it seems like there is a lot more to this. Because and wait a minute, more love, more TV shows. So this is again what we just talked about, her possibly being a plan. This is possibly her whole thing.
Okay, so I read all of that up to the we have to stop this and get discernment. So then and I need to clear this up. Does that continue the thought, Jaguar?
Yeah, the rest of it is everything I posted. It was a very long post.
Okay. Let's see here. Thank you, good sir. And I need to clear this up. I was asked about submission, was given an explanation of what men think. I was asking that question directly. I want to hear from you your thoughts and your perspectives, not the delusional perspectives of people that you may have encountered. This is your time to put your own cards on the table, not the cards of others. Listen, I know there's a whole lot of faulty men out here, a lot of conniving men, but D isn't one of them. To be constantly unfairly attacked when he's simply trying to get to know these ladies is just unfortunate. He's not bumping and grinding on these women. He's bringing this conversation and trying to understand who you are. This wasn't a joke for him. He's honestly seeking a wife, someone to love and marry but because of who he is, he has to be with a woman who can handle a lot of pressure. No, Morris Chestnut and his wife, okay? Morris Chestnut is loved by the brothers and the ladies, okay? That's some pressure. Idris Elba, stop it. Moving on. If you are a woman that's easily influenced by naysayers, you won't last with the or any maid that's moving and shaking publicly. You may need an unknown mover and shaker, but not one that step into the public eye. But to condemn him for his style and label him as a bad person, or even to consider slanders and insults and truth, is beyond judgmental. It's defamatory. Excuse me, miss. Hang on, let me come on camera real quick. Hi, Darius' sister. Hi, your brother went on national fucking television. Okay, so it's open season. Back to the statement. I was staying out of it because although I'm Team D, you mean Darius or Dick? But moving on. I'm still a woman, and I understand that women are tired of shenanigans and have residue from dealing with garbage. Sounds like you have some personal experience from this, sweetheart. But moving on, I can't stay silent. Allow too much of this nonsense to be considered as fact. Don't judge that man by his exterior. Judge his actions. It's a dating show, loves. The men were dating, the women were also dating. No one is exclusive yet. Well, apparently Dominique and Bello were exclusive, said no one ever, but moving on, which is why women were hugged up and the men were flirting. I'm not trying to paint D to be Mr. Wonderful, but he is a good man, a faithful man, a disciplined man, and a confident man. Everyone has flaws, but he is willing to change his if discussed. Just be a woman that's also willing to do the same if you encounter him. That's all. Jaguar, you were absolutely right. That was a whole book, child. I'll just say this to Darius' sister. I understand standing for your brother. If my sister was going through something, I will also do that. But right is right, wrong is wrong. To G's point, because we don't know what everybody does when they're not around us, right? And then to Ashley, this is the problem, right? There's a statement in the church that said, when God puts his super on your natural. If you have not done anything naturally on your own for you to be noticed, and you think that God's going to put his super on your natural, it's going to fall dead on arrival. Because I can tell you this, if Donnah and Vince broke up, which we're not praying for that at all, but if they did, people would be pulling for them to come back together more than you try and get your next TV gig. Because we saw this with the Never Ever Mets. Am I not right, Gigi? With, that brother who was on
Chris.
Chris, thank you, good sir. With Chris. On Miss Pat Says It and this, that, and the third, and was trying to make $1.15. And listen, of course, we know that from the world of reality television, these are platforms for you to be able to be known in a bigger fashion than you already are. But in the words of many people, if you want me to root for you, you gotta give me something to root for. And I don't really know if Ashley can really make it on reality TV because we don't know her. Like, no disrespect to what Q said of, more love, more casting, this, that, and the third. It's like, when you go on these reality TV shows, you do have to be about the business in order for you to get business. So the fact that she posted that goes to show that what she was crying about may not have been real. But that's my take. Y'all can have at it. I'm like, the flying fuck is going on here with all this shit? I cannot.
Listen, when I say it is so confusing right now, especially at the fact that, I mean, yeah, you did have her crying and feeling some type of way, which, we're not going to say that her feelings were not real or valid. Okay, we're not going to say that. But it just seems a bit much. It seems a bit, made up in a way. Not saying that at first she might have had feelings for Darius in the beginning, but I do not see their connection being genuine. I never felt like they were actually going to be, like, I could see them leaving the show together just to have done that. You know what I'm saying? Just to have paired up and left as a couple. But as far as seeing them together and it lasting, I've never thought that they would be ones to last.
Yeah, no.
So I'm just saying, so what are we doing now? It's the question. Are we just ready to love for the show? What is that it? Are we just ready to love for the show? Are we just trying to get to the last 4 couples? Is that the goal?
Is it really ready to love, or is it ready to be chose?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? What are we doing? Is it ready to get into a situationship? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I see.
Because plenty of that is happening. There's a lot of situationships. You're so right about that. Where's the real relationships?
I mean, Ray trying to do something is another spinoff that's coming down the line, ladies and gentlemen. I'm being facetious when I say that, but you guys are right though. It does seem that there's something not sweet in the Kool-Aid here, with the show. And for those of you who missed it, Lighthearted Entertainment got bought out by Blink 49 Studios. Now they produce the Braxtons, they produce Toya and Reginae Carter on WeTV. Both of those shows on WeTV. Also, too, they produce the Beast Game. So we don't know what the future of this is going to be. Obviously, this is OWN's biggest show. They would be stupid not to renew it. Obviously, I mean, they already got Chicago coming up. But I do think that while the casting is good, I think that the connection of can there be something tangible to come out of this? I think people are kind of waning on that thought at this point. Not saying people are going to leave, but if it doesn't get to the point where the reality and the expectation of what you presented is matching up with what the audience is thinking, they will start waning off the show. And it's not going to be at once. It's going to be a little bit, by a little bit, by a little bit. You don't want Ray to Love to become Love and Marriage Huntsville, where nobody's talking about you. You don't want that. Okay? It's a sad, pitiful, and waste of a life existence of that show. You don't want to become that, which we're hoping that Nephew Tommy and Ray to Love wins that NAACP Image Award for that show. They are nominated in the same category as Celebrity Family Feud with Steve Harvey, but hopefully Ray to Love will win. But yeah, you gotta get back to the fact, okay, can there be something tangible here? I do think Vince and Donna definitely can be that stronghold, but they can't be the only couple to be the ambassadors of this brand.
What I'm about to say is, don't take it the wrong way, but from the last 2 seasons, I feel like Nephew Tommy is losing his footprint on the show. I'm not sure if they're showing him enough. At the beginning of the season, or not beginning of the season, but earlier seasons, you would see Nephew Tommy on one-on-one conversations with different castmates. You would even see his wife on the show. You know what I'm saying? You actually see his footprint throughout the actual process. But just seeing him now on deliberations, it's not enough, I don't feel like. You know what I'm saying? I really feel like he needs to get more, they need to really see his face more, because Nephew Tommy is way more valuable than just popping him up once or twice a show, I think.
I agree with that. And I've heard that, and like I didn't watch the very beginning of the show when it first started coming out, but I did see like glimpses of it once we started to do the panel and stuff. You know, I kind of did go back and I seen that he was doing like more one-on-ones, and it was almost more like counseling in a way, you know, to kind of, and it also was a recentering because it was also a way like, you know, they would come in and kind of see where you're at, not only just in the process of dating, but where you're at in your life. And they kind of, you know, will try to figure out like what got you to where you are now. And then they're definitely not doing that. It is more so like, okay, here you go. You got 10 single men, 10 single women. Tommy's coming and talking in the beginning and then he's gone. So yeah, I could see that being a problem. But also something that I'm seeing is I feel like the Never Ever Mets is going to be the new number one, just because of how we're seeing like the decrease in in 11 Marriage Huntsville. We already knew that was already going to end. Like, you know, that's not really too much. But as far as like the dating shows, I feel like the Never Ever Mets could actually top Ready to Love, just because of how these last few seasons are going.
I do agree with that. I say that not just because I have a connection to the show, and not just because me and Gigi did great history by doing the reviews on that show, and not to mention the connections that we have from the show. But what the Never Ever Mets has done, they've taken virtual reality and reality and blended the two in such a magnificent way that it forces you to have real conversations. Like with this show, we're having conversations based on what's being seen. But with the Never Ever Mets, you really do sit with it a bit longer. Because if you think about Ready to Love, it is off of the format of human connection. And when you think about the Never Ever Mets, it's off of a virtual connection. And virtual connections are becoming more prevalent than real connections. And Gigi, I think you'll remember this, beautiful. The first season almost didn't become a first season because there were a lot of people that dropped off after the DV thing. And I'm not just saying DV thing to make it a non-existent thing, but follow with what I'm saying, everybody. That situation almost had a lot of people cancel it. But of course, me and Gigi being the media nerds that we are, we knew that there was no way in hell they were not going to be able to negate this. And they handled it. And Gigi, let me know if I'm lying, a lot better than any other show in recent memory or history or any space and time that has been on the Oprah Winfrey Network. Because we talk about
absolutely
to that show more than Ready to Love. I mean, this season, Ready to Love, I think is the most elevated season we've seen. From the dates to the cast to the atmosphere. But when you have one season good, one season bad, one season good, one season bad, it creates a instability and an inconsistency that is uncomfortable. And like I said before, broadcast television showcases what people could care about. Streaming reflects what people actually give a fuck about. And so when you are messing up the main platform that can solidify how people access it, then you fucked up. Streaming is here to stay. And broadcast TV is not going to waste, just change it. But the one thing that ain't going to change is people's connection to give a fuck about either platform. But bigger than giving a fuck about where it broadcasts from, the thing that's really, really never going to change on top of that, never changing those two things I said about the platforms, is never going to change about, is this platform speaking to me? That will never change. Whether the four of us were on broadcast TV or streaming, if we're popping, we're popping. If we're not, we're not. Over to y'all for commentary.
Yeah, that's very, Very well said. And so true. But yeah, I feel like, this season, we're in season 11. Like I said, we moved to a more mature state. I feel like we're ready to love in this season. But again, I'm starting to feel like there was a lot of bullshit that happened. Like a lot of these weren't real connections, which for those who know media, that they do have people that they place into these shows for that reason. They're there to bring you either like an intense conversation. They're there to basically spark something in you, whether it's reserve, whether it's love, whether it's hatred. They're there for that specific reason. And I feel like that happened quite a bit. But again, we didn't have as much, fighting and stuff like that like we've had in previous seasons. And to agree with you about the Never Ever Vets, they did do an excellent job with that DV situation that happened in the very first season, because that could have definitely stopped the whole show. That could have stopped everything, and we wouldn't have a Never Ever Mets after that if they didn't handle it the way they did. So I feel like, honestly, that's going to be the show that is more anticipated than Ready to Love, if we don't do better than what we've done these past few seasons.
Yeah. No, fully agreed. Fully agreed. Y'all, we still have more show.
But yeah, let's go ahead and move forward.
This is what we
with
do,
the rest.
though. You know what I mean? So it's all good in the neighborhood. We have spoken on Darius and Ashley, but we have not spoken on their dates. So Ashley, brings her little brother. And Darius, the consummate gentleman that he is, says, she just looks so ferocious. I'm paraphrasing, but what he did paraphrase was, I wanted to bite her ass. It's like, electrifying experience that I don't want to do again, but from this experience, I want to bite her ass. Okay, charming. So Darius says that Ashley's heart, what she believes in, her spirit's like no other, and communication's the red flag. And it's just like, what the hell? What the hell? Like, that's all you could bring up about? Like, I'm not saying I list 10 things about him, but you could do at least 3. And then the worst part of this day is Ashley eating his brisket. Now, personally, okay, I know that this is a thing where, I ordered what I ordered, you ordered what you ordered. That has happened since the beginning of time. That's almost like you going to the state fair and, whole family, mom, dad, sister, brother. And let's just say me and my sis, we're out with the family and I go get something new to try. My sister's like, oh, can I have a bite? And I give it to her and this guy good. Okay, here you go. Really? Really, sis? It's still something that, where is something for me to eat on? So, like, bruh, that's going to happen. I don't know of one couple, besides wealthy uncle and auntie Sharice and our favorite auntie and uncle that appear on the show from time to time, more the uncle than anything else, that loves food so much. Oh damn, well, he's here. Well, anyway, so that's going to happen regardless. And Ashley's brother says that there could be something there. Maurice, that's what I meant to say. Ashley's little brother said there could be something there, but he tiptoes around the questions. Like I said, tiptoeing around questions, you venting to Vince, and Vince did not deserve any of the smoke that you nor Darius gave him. And then you're crying at the end, and to Gigi's point, The only reason why I said the tears may not be valid was because somebody who has really been in love from this experience, they understand the experience, but they don't let the experience dictate them. Because when Q said what he said from Ashley's page, more ready to love, more casting, this, that, and the third, it negates the tears. Not saying that the tears don't matter, and please, Ashley, I didn't mean to offend you or anything, but you on national television, so it comes part of the course. But when you do things like that, it does make people available to have the black audacity, black proxy, black imagination to say your tears were fake. Doesn't mean your tears weren't fake, but when you have all these signs, it's like, did you not see what we saw? Over to y'all for commentary.
Can I first just say that I thought it was hilarious that they actually did a montage of him saying communication style.
Yeah.
I was like, how much time has lapsed for him to continue to say this? Like, and everything that was like the main thing that he kept saying. And after so many times of you meeting friends and family, and they all give you the same feedback about that person, at what point are you going to say, okay, this could be true? Especially if you yourself are saying like, hey, he's not really there for me, or he's not doing this, or, you know, you have all of these worries that you went and talked to someone else about, but then turn around and act like, oh, well, he's defending me because somebody called me a foodie. It's like, girl, your priorities. There's a lot with her priorities that was just all messed up, and you could just tell. Again, I just feel like she was there for a placement. Like Darius too. Darius, you're doing Tubi movies. You're not saying that he's not there for love. Let's not negate people's actual wanting to be loved, or you know, their capabilities of loving. We're not saying that either of them aren't capable. We're saying that in this instance, I don't feel that this is where their person was. Nor do I feel like they were each other's person.
Factual. You over to you, good sir.
It was interesting, very much so. I feel like her brothers did a really good job vetting both of the guys and kind of giving her good feedback with both of them. Bello, I'm thinking this is Asante. This was just Darius. I kind of feel like he seen right through Darius, to tell you the truth. I feel like he seen right through Darius. And he kind of seen that there's going to be some challenges along the way. You know, it really was up for Ashley really to accept what he was saying or not. Because I feel like she know exactly what was going on with her thoughts, but she just kind of wanted somebody to confirm how she was feeling. And I don't think her brother really gave her the confirmation that she wanted. But she still decided to go against her convictions and still proceed with Darius. So, this was interesting. My thing about it, these last couple of dates or family dates, the best one was Dominique. The other ones were no. The better one was Vince. Vince did have a good date, but I really didn't feel like I really got too much meat out of these conversations with the family members because they're asking the same questions from the best friends. You know what I'm saying? So I wish they would put a twist on this part of it. You know, meet the family because it's like they somewhat already met a piece of the person, but not meeting the family. They're pretty much getting faced with the same questions that they had when they met their friends. So it seems like it's a revolving door with these questions.
No, I can.
It's true, and could be, that could be the reason why it seems like they're answering the same way. And some of them have even been called, like Bello was called a was it a car salesman, and asked if he was running for politics because of his answers, which that really could be the fact that you're basically being asked the same questions over and over. Like,
Right.
and if you're true to yourself, your answer is not going to change. You know,
Correct.
you might add a word in there, you might say it maybe just a little bit differently, but it's still going to be the same. So yeah, I could see that. Definitely could have asked different questions or set it up so that when you're meeting the friends and the family, that they're actually, you know, trying to get a different part of you, you know, get to a different part of you so that more of you could be seen instead of it seeming like it's a repetitive thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Jaguar, what do you think about that, brother?
This wasn't really too much of anything interesting to me. It's just from what I saw, it looks like the brother just didn't feel Darius at all. He just wasn't feeling it from the jump, and nothing that Darius said looked like he changed his mind. Just the way his face looked, his body language, he just didn't think that Darius was a good match for his sister. But that's all I have on this. This wasn't really interesting for me, this particular section.
Understood. Great points by you all, per usual. All right, y'all. Now we are with. No, go ahead.
This seemed like this situation seemed like you wasn't supposed to be here with him. You know it. You know you're not supposed to be here with the church. You know you're not supposed to be here with that person. You know it. You know it. And that's why I feel it. You know what I'm saying? Because Ashley know that the connection that she once had with Darius is not there anymore. And
Right.
It's so upsetting. You know what I mean? It's straight filler because you know you're not supposed to be here. And the brother is just like confirming it. But you still gonna go against your convictions. And it's so upsetting to see that then she get on social media and just say whatever she's saying. You know what I'm saying? So I blame Ashley 100% because Darius gonna be who Darius gonna be. It's up to you. You know what I'm saying? That's just like you about to eat a bad apple. Who you gonna blame? You gonna blame the apple for being bad? Or who you gonna blame? Or you gonna blame yourself for eating the bad apple? You know what I'm saying? So how in the world is Ashley gonna get up here and say all this stuff about Darius when you knew you was eating a bad apple?
No, that's a fair point. That you know what? I'm not gonna look at Snow White the same way again. That's a very fair point. You know what? Was it really the bad apple's fault, or did you just not pay attention to an old hag knocks at your door, and you never seen her before, and you know that apples are supposed to come in a certain way? Just no, fair point. Very fair point. So, with that being said, now we get to this family date, okay? This family meeting with Donna and her new husband Vince. So this is the brother right here, and this is the cousin. So Vince is all about health and fitness and basketball, and so the guys are like, well, how a brother plays basketball, determines a lot about him. And so they asked him, do you take it back or do you go straight for it? And he's like, no, I take it back. And they were like, oh, you know what? We respect that. So the brother was with Vince about the timeline thing. I'm like, you know what? It is important for you guys to be able to breathe and to have that love, grace, and space to figure things out. But the cousin was like, yeah, but no. This my homegirl, right? She's family. So how long we talking? 10, 20, 15, the middle. And I will just say this to Vince. Vince, I said before, you got somebody special, but also I want to say on top of the fact that you have somebody special, brother, boys and girls want spontaneity. Men and women want security. Boys and girls want spontaneity. Men and women want security. Boys and girls want spontaneity. Men and women want security. Donna already trusts you to be spontaneous. I mean, that whole scene we saw is going to be the opening to Vince Loves Donna or Donna Loves Vince. I'm the Rama. He's the calm. Friday nights at 8/7 Central. Only here. Hashtag on keeping it real. Okay, we got all that, and she's here for that spontaneity. But the stability for her to be at peace. If she didn't want to be at peace with you, she would not be with you. You know what I mean? So that's why I wanted to say to Vince is that, dude, she just wants stability so her mind can be at rest. It's not that she doesn't trust you. She just needs parameters to know how to move so she can bring her best self to you like you want to bring your best self to her. Over to y'all for y'all commentary.
So for me, okay, so it's understandable this timeline, okay? Especially being an older woman. She's 38. She doesn't have kids. She wants to have kids. So it is going to be harder for her to have them later on. So if you are with somebody who decides that they want to wait 10 years, she technically doesn't have 10 years to wait. So that's not going to be a good matchup for her. So she definitely would have to find someone who, whose either timeline matches up or, someone who, even if it doesn't match up completely, it's still close enough to where things can still happen. I agree and I disagree with her cousin. And I agree with it because, one, if you're waiting to see the bad in somebody and for 5 years you have not seen this, that part that you're looking for, and you're steady having this person hold out for 5 years, no, that's for what? That's too much. Like at that point, like her cousin said, you deserve an Oscar if you can hold out for that long of showing this one side of you. So I understand that. Like, it should not take that long for you to be able to figure out or know if you are wanting to spend your life with this person, if you're wanting to be, have kids together and be married and, build on those things. It should not take that long. And you should not also be waiting for something bad to happen to determine if you're going to take that next step or not. And I feel like that's kind of what her cousin was saying is like, yeah, you shouldn't be waiting to see, you shouldn't wait to see if this person's going to punch you in the face just to determine if you're going to duck, right? Like, okay, if I see that you're in a stance, then I know that you're about to get ready for something. Okay, I should not have to wait for you to get ready for something for me to be ready for something, and vice versa. But yeah, I feel like when it comes to that whole timeline thing, that is definitely something that needs to be discussed. But I feel like the connection with Vince and Donna is so good in the fact that at the end, it was the conversation of, hey, even though your timeline is this and my timeline's that, if you're willing to, for us to work on that together, then I choose you. And for her to say, yes, I can accept that, and I agree with that too, that lets you know right there that at least both of them have come to an agreement and at least have an understanding that, hey, our timelines are different, but that does not mean that it is going to cause such a difference between us to where we can't work out.
Correct. The
So
timeline
I like
may
the
be
fact,
different, but our love is not different for you.
yeah. So I feel like when it comes to them, they actually might be the most solid of the couples. I feel like if we had to say, okay, well, out of the ones who lasted, who do you think are a real couple or who could actually be a real couple? Donna and Vince is my choice.
Yep. Fully agreed. Well said.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
tell you
Keith.
one thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing that I've kind of noticed about Vince. Vince is a very intentional person. A lot of guys have kissed different females on the show. Vince is not one of them. Vince is not one. I don't think Vince even kissed Donna during. I don't feel like Vince even kissed Donna during their meetup, the last meetup. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But I know good and well he didn't kiss anybody because the old girl tried to kiss him and he kind of backed off from it. So I'm saying Vince is a very intentional person. He really never got too close to any of the women. You know what I'm saying? Donna had to pretty much tell him to come closer to her. You know what I'm saying? So I respect how he moved through the process a lot. And for him to say, you know what, I choose to try to pursue Donna versus Lauren, who's, he said they have an up and down relationship. It just really showed me how intentional Vince was throughout the process. Now, to me, it just seemed like they were all family at the last date when he introduced her, she introduced him to her family. It just seemed natural. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, those questions about the longevity and this and that, they were valid. You know what I'm saying? They were very valid. But on the back end of that, I do believe because of the interest, the high interest level, they're going to move a lot further and faster. Hold on one second.
Nope, all good.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I just want to say something on what he said. You know what? That is so true. Vince has definitely been very intentional with his movements, with his conversation, and with who he is giving his time to. Because even with the situation with him and Lauren, even though he was putting himself in a position to kind of be, possibly have a connection or build something with Lauren, I feel like he himself knew that it wasn't going to be. So instead of him pretending or continuing to pursue it, he went ahead and just, kind of bowed out gracefully and moved on and made his intentions known to Donna. And, he's been very respectful, because even when he's talking about the time when they were out and she got, he was saying that it's cold, he waited for her to give the signal to, hey, it's okay for you to come and wrap your arms around me. It's okay for you to touch my legs like that. This is what I want you to do. Like, she was giving him the okay to do certain things. And I feel like that was something that he was doing, is he was waiting for the permission, because he did not want to, one, be disrespectful to her or make her feel uncomfortable in any kind of way. So his intentions have definitely, I feel like, been made known from the very beginning. And he has been so considerate of not just Donna, but of the ladies in general.
Yeah.
So, I take my hat off to Vince. I will say, in the beginning, at first I was like, you already know. I was like,
Hold up, Gigi. Oh, we ain't gonna let you slide now. We ain't gonna let you do my brother Sharp like that now. Don't get on the Sharp train now. Don't get on the Sharp train. We ain't gonna let you do it.
Q.
Listen, hold on.
I'm with you, but at least she coming around, bro.
Listen, I was coming around the past few weeks. If y'all ain't noticed, I've been like, him and Donna being cool. What I'm saying?
I give her credit. She has.
And I even said it. Look, there was a couple times where, it got caught in my throat where I was like, oh, Vince is, it's right there. It hurt. But I had to get it out. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing is I will always keep it 1,000. Okay. At first I did not. I was like, oh my God, he is so fucking annoying. But then I was like, wait a minute. Hold up. That's not annoying. And it could seem like, annoying, but no, it's just that he has a good aura and like this, it might come off where he's just always wanting to be funny. And I feel like that lack of seriousness at that point was needed at that time. And I feel like Vince knows when to bring in that seriousness, but he also knows how to have a good time. And he does not allow certain serious situations to dictate who he is and how he comes off to other people.
Correct.
Which like I said, I condone him in the beginning saying like, hey guys, okay, there were conversations, it was said for us not to have conversations outside of the lounge, but there was. So what was something you heard about yourself? That's him trying to make everybody comfortable, trying to get out things. And actually possibly even if there was issues between anyone, that would have been the time for it to be squashed. And I feel like for him to initiate that says a lot about Vince. So Vince, you did it. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna have to do it for the one time because he was sharp.
There it is.
Sharp. Yeah, that brother. And that joker could not breathe at the beginning of the show. Boy, she had that joker in the headlock so tight. I'm like, God, dog, you just let him breathe a little bit.
But you know what? Though,
I ain't
listen,
gonna breathe.
I did say to Gigi, I'm like, okay, we'll see if you hold on to this Vince pass all season long. And you know, well, we all have our moments of being right and wrong, and I think Gigi has been nothing but open, honest, and truthful. But I think we can let the Vince pass go and still love Gigi. But Q is definitely taking a victory lap on this one.
Just give a brother some time, you know. Give a brother some time.
Listen, and that's all it took is just a little bit of time, and I gave him that time, and I gave him grace and space, and I can say this is what happens when you genuinely give time. When you allow time to happen, things happen naturally, and that is what happened between the relationship between Vince and I. It's
Absolutely.
Naturally been able to grow and flourish, and now I do not have such strong negative feelings. They've changed. So I'm definitely on Team Vince and Donnah.
There it is. Jaguar, what say you, brother?
Well, I just find it. Well, first of all, I don't know why people were beating a dead horse with the whole he called Lauren a tall B thing. I mean, she got over it, he apologized, and they moved on. But people to this day are still, it can never be me. As soon as he said that was it for him, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, he didn't use words that he should have used. He didn't have the proper vocabulary. Okay, cool, but people make mistakes. Yes. And I also try to let people understand that there's a difference that a lot of people are not getting. He didn't call her a B, he referred to her as one, which is two completely separate things, and it does make a difference. It just sounded like he was trying to speak about Lauren. He didn't remember her name, and somebody's like, who are you talking about? And he's like, the tall B. That's what it sounds like. It wasn't like a direct thing where he was in an argument with her and he told her to, shut up, B. He didn't call her. He just referred to her in passing. Was it wrong? Yes. Could he have used better language? Yes. But it wasn't like a direct dig at her. Also, you have to keep in mind the fact that on the Friends episode, both Lawrence and Donna's friends liked him. They both liked him. Even though Lawrence's friends gave him shit about, the whole how tall are you, 6'2", whatever. At the end, they told Lawrence they liked him. And when Lawrence forced the call for him to apologize, they said, we were rooting for you. So same thing with Donna's friends. Donna's friends said, yeah, I like him. He's a good guy. He's a good match. And the family, Donna's family, also seemed to have liked him as well. Yes. I mean, they had a little issue with Donna's timeline, but as a person, they seem to like Vince and accept him. But obviously the conflict is with the timeline. But this is the issue with women like Donna and Shannon, because I remember Shannon did, if I remember correctly, she said she did 14 years of studies. So when you have women who focus on their studies for that long and their career like Donna, because Donna is just finishing a dissertation, she's about to become Dr. Donna, they are now in a position where they've done all the study, they've done all this education, they've done all the classes, they've got their certifications. They've now come to a point where they said, okay, I've accomplished this. Now it's time to get married. Now it's time to settle down. Now it's time to have children. And now she's going to be in a position where she's going to keep rushing Vince. She's going to be like, because remember she said she wants to be moved in with the person after 3 months. Which sounds to me, it sounds desperate, to be honest. If you're saying, okay, at 3 months we need to be moved in, that's like, whoa.
Yeah, the brother was like, hang on a second now. On point, but hang on, you need to breathe in that timeline, to your point.
Exactly. And Vince's whole perception, because there are two different stages of life. He's already had 2 children who are teenagers now. That's an accomplishment for him to have children. He says he's open to it, but he's not rushing to go into it. As he said, this is not ready to love. This is not ready to get married. This is ready to get to love. Ready to love, which is ready to get to know you. So he wants things to move organically. But I think her, with that timeline, she's going to be always on him. She's going to be saying, okay, this is 3 months, we should be here. This is 4 months, we've been here. This is 6 months, we should be here. And I think over time, that's going to get annoying for him. So I don't know if they last. But he'll have to have a lot of patience with her for it to last. It could happen, but I highly doubt it.
You know, I don't think you're off with that perspective. I think if Donna and Vince both relax and just recognize the totality of what they can be together, I do think that they will work. Because, I mean, think about it. A timeline versus Ashley and how she was crying at the end about somebody that she's been uncomfortable with all season, they will be fine. They will be fine. Wait, hang on, I'm getting a call. Really? Really, Braylon? Really? I can't speak on the food? Really? You talked about brisket, and I couldn't. Damn it, Marie.
Not today, Maurice. Not today.
I'm gonna tell you, Jag. Well, I agree with your opinion. I totally agree with what you said, but I do believe every bit of energy that he got for even using the B word towards her, he deserved it. I feel like he deserved it. You know what I'm saying? Because another thing that we stand on this show is they can only give you can only give the show. Got to terminalize how you say it, right? You can only give them, they can only use what you give them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, correct.
So being in that world, every word that you use got to be accountable for. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but I'll push back on that. I get that, but you have to remember a couple of things. Number one, this wasn't. This is why I say this is the difference between calling somebody something and referring to somebody as something. What we understood was that this information got leaked by a man from what happened in the men's lounge, which you weren't supposed to do to begin with. This also got passed on to the women and Tommy by default in the women's lounge by Christina, who hit strike 4 for me, because when she said it, now understand this is something that she could have put Lauren to the side and said, but she said it in the lounge in front of all the other women and Tommy. And admittedly, this is what she said. These are the words that came out of her mouth. She said, admittedly, this is pillow talk, but so. And that was strike 4 for me, because that means that you couldn't tell her anything in confidence. She just go and ran her mouth.
Correct.
So, as I said, the whole telling people information from the two lounges created additional friction, which was not necessary. I mean, it probably gave good TV, I guess. I don't know. I'm not in the TV line. I'm not a producer or director or anything like that. I can't say. But for me, it just muddied the waters for both sides. And then we got to the point where Vince was saying 3 separate women came and told him that he was jealous of him, which to me sounded, it doesn't sound like Vince was jealous. I think those women gave their opinion. I think they probably said it sounds like he's jealous, or it feels like he's jealous, or I think he's jealous. Because I don't see anything that Vince has to be jealous to Darius about. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know for sure.
That's an opinion of an opinion.
Yeah, so that just sounds like to me like, you know, and a lot of people, because I watched as you saw on the Facebook group, I see a lot of women specifically say, I'd actually rather a man like Vince, who you know where you stand and he'll tell you everything is up front, rather than Darius, who try to talk to you like a pimp and talk some slick tumbling to you, and you know, he'll talk around the conversation and that, you know. So to me, he was trending a lot better than a lot of people gave him credit for. The only people who, to my knowledge, I'm just going from what I saw in the Facebook group, was the woman who couldn't let the tall B come and go. They just couldn't let it go, and that was it. They said as soon as he said that was it for me. I didn't want to hear him anymore. I didn't want to hear anything he had to say. I didn't care about his apology, blah, 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 blah. So,
and that's
no, go ahead, Q. I'm sorry.
My fault, and that's warranted. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times in dating, you know what I mean, you get one chance. You get one chance, one opportunity. No matter what, if you come back and apologize, that window might not be there anymore. They might accept your apology, but on the back end of it, they might not be as so gracious to give you another opportunity to keep going. Let's be real. If Donna would have found that out outside of the show in another dating scenario, would she be more apt to giving Vince a chance, another opportunity? It's kind of hard to say. But another thing um, that was valuable is I'm very sure once the apology was made, the understanding had been made, I bet you he was a better man because of it. So
Oh, for
one
sure.
thing one thing about the process is, you know what I mean, you're gonna grow. It's gonna stretch you in many different ways. So I bet you, I guarantee you, moving forward, he's like, you know, I'm not gonna even put myself in that situation again. I'm gonna just leave that alone and find other adjectives to use.
No,
And I
absolutely.
get that.
And we also have to understand too, Jack, that most of the women in that group, they have probably dealt with some other behavior that they are still tolerating, that they won't say to the group, nor go on national television and talk about it. Okay, now listen to the Ray Love Facebook group. This ain't no hate to y'all, but like he or she hasn't seen cast the first stone. And I'm sure that group is not clean, just like nobody else is clean with their sins, okay? Because it always kind of trips me out. It reminds me of the live we did and how that supposed woman, and I'm saying that very loving, kindly, and graciously, came up on the panel and tried to check Chris and stuff. And it's just like, okay, Heifer, here's the application. You go on. Like, it comes to a point where, yes, they are public figures because they put themselves on TV. However, criticism should be given based on the circumstances on which they are supposed to be given. And I feel both sides of it. And I've said this before, isn't it interesting how Donna and Vince were kind of the outcasts of the season, that they've been the strongest ones all season, and nobody really expected it. So I do feel that if Vince did not get reprimanded, right, and he didn't take accountability for it, does he deserve to get dragged? Yeah, if he did take accountability for it. But in the same token, it was the principle of the thing of, you know, everything's in the eye of the beholder too. So both sides, very well said. And by the way, shout out to 19 people here. Like, it's been a very consistent audience tonight, and I appreciate y'all sincerely. Like, that's humbling me, and of course,
Right.
on the people that are here are here for QG.
I just want to say one more thing about Donna and Vince in this situation. Because Jack, you actually brought up something that was, you know, very important. Is the fact that Donna has been in school and been getting her degree for the past 14 years. You know, she's been on her education shit. You know, so as far as when it comes to dating and things like that, that wasn't a part of her vision for 14 years. And sometimes that'll happen, is where you'll get so caught up in, you know, your career or all the things you want to happen before you start a family, that sometimes you lose track of time. And by the time it happens, it's too late. Or now you have to rush this timeline because you know, basically used up the time that you have. In that time of you know, getting education, could been dating or possibly had a kid, but that's not what she wanted. And she spoke about this vision board that she had in her timeline, which we've all known about.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that is also a part of why she's kind of like so set in this timeline, is because that's how she has basically maneuvered through her life, is through a timeline, through a vision board, what she sees. And a lot of times when you have control, just like she has control over her education, she has control over when she's able to, you know, get these degrees and all of that. And if that works with her timeline, a lot of times you'll think, well, if this will work, everything else will work the same way.
Yep.
Even though that's not the case. But let's just think, Donna's a mathematician, okay? Numbers are her thing. Now, I am not going to say I'm a mathematician, okay? But I love math. I love numbers. I've always been like that my entire life. So I completely understand her when it comes to time, or, you know, when you start adding and subtracting things and everything in life starts to become an equation. can get trapped in that, and I hope Donna doesn't. But I feel like that's something that we all need to give grace on, is the fact that she's a mathematician, so numbers are her thing. So when it comes to numbers and timelines, this is basically her. But again, when you find somebody that you really, really genuinely like or care for, some of that stuff becomes obsolete. That timeline doesn't matter anymore. You don't necessarily care so much about the timeline, you just care about the time you have.
I mean, see, that's the difference between two natures clashing with each other. So that's the nature of somebody whose brain is more factually based, which is numbers, statistics, science, physics, chemistry, biology, that kind of thing. She went for a doctorate. She's getting a doctorate because she just did her dissertation. But this is also the thing with women, where they have this particular view of the world. That's why there's a book that was a bestseller how many years ago, that people who may not even read the book, they know the title. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. So it's all well and good to say, I'm going to do this with my education. I'm going to finish college in 4 years, and I'll have this degree by this time, and I'll have this doctorate by this time. But you can't do that with a person. And you see that a lot of times with women in relationships, where they will compare your relationship to somebody else's. And there's a proverb that says comparison is the thief of joy, if I'm not mistaken. So they'll be in a relationship and they say, well, how come we aren't married? Billy and Crystal were only together 3 years and they got married. We been together 5 years. How aren't we married? Yeah, but that's their relationship. That's not our relationship. So if you go by somebody else's timeline, you're always going to have a problem, because you're just going to keep saying, well, this one did this and that one did this, and why aren't we like here? We're not there. This is our relationship. Our relationship is different. That's why Vince was so adamant. He says, I want the relationship to flow organically. I don't want to feel forced. I don't want to be rushed. That's not happening.
Right.
But I also understand her point of view, because she's on a timeline because of her biological clock. Right. This is why a lot of people need to be in. They need to understand the reality then of the world. There's a lot of fantasy with how women are, because a lot of women like plan out their life, and when they're teenagers, they write in a diary, I'll be married at this time or this time. But reality has to come into it, and that's the problem that a lot of them have. That's why there's a big separation between traditional men, traditional women, modern men, modern women. You have to understand the world that you're living in. You're on a biological clock. There are things that happen at this particular time that once you go past it, you can still do it. That's why I was telling somebody yesterday, if you want to find out about anything, you go to the experts. You want to find out about breads and pastries, you talk to a baker. You want to find out about meat, you go to a butcher. You want to find out about fish, you talk to a fisherman. According to medical experts, geriatric pregnancy in women starts at 35. Starts at 35. That's when you peak at the prime, and then you go from there. This is obviously not to say that a woman cannot get pregnant, have a normal pregnancy, and give birth to a live, healthy, normal baby after 35. But once you cross 35, you're going against the odds, because there's increased chances for complications, which include miscarriages, stillborn deliveries, birth defects, complications to the mother, etc., etc. So you have to understand, if you want a family, you have to prioritize that and say, okay, this is my peak fertility period. This is what I need to do. I mean, a lot of women are choosing the other option of like freezing the eggs, but I just saw a video the other day, an Asian woman, young, beautiful, successful, and I think she was first generation American. Her family were from, I can't remember which country it was, and all the women in her family got married, young, had children. She didn't do that. She wanted to have a career, and she froze her eggs. And when I tell you, you look on her face, I did not do this woman personally, but I felt for her. None of her eggs survived the thawing process, and she was crushed. She was heartbroken. She said, feminism lied to me. They said I could have it all. They said I could have my career, put family to the side, and then pick it up later on. And she doesn't have that option now. She probably has to try and adopt or something else. So I'm just saying, you have to live in reality.
No, I
think and that is definitely true. And to speak on to actually what you're saying, so I actually, and I think I said this before, like, I like watching the Chinese dramas, K dramas, different stuff like that. One, I'm a film major. I make movies, so I like watching different genres, different, languages and different countries. I love all of that, okay? And one thing that is so true, especially with like the Asian community or like, people over there that I've seen is like, so it's very important to marry young, to have kids young. And a lot of times, especially like, it's not so bad now as it was before, but a lot of times there was where if you had a girl is basically nothing. Okay. They're just there to bear children and to take care of the family. They really don't have any importance. And Asian people, they put a lot of importance on boys. So a lot of times women are not treated equally, of course, but they are definitely treated a lot worse because they weren't born a male. And women who are able to carry boys are praised higher. And something that I've seen, like even in the dramas that I watch, which is so fucking bizarre, is you'll have a married man who has kids, but he might have girls. And their parents, like the grandparents of those girls, are okay with their son having a mistress because the mistress is pregnant with a boy. So they are allowing confusion. They are allowing mistreatment of the wives and the women, all because of if they're able to carry a boy or a girl. And a lot of times people don't understand, you think like, oh, it's the woman's fault. No, it's really the man. I'm telling you now, the man really can control if you have a boy or girl. But yeah, still the fact of it being placed on women and us being the ones who have to harbor and burden ourselves with having children, it is very important for that timeline to kind of be set and for you to have an idea. But a timeline does not guarantee that will happen. And I would say, honestly, in a situation just like you were saying about the Asian lady, even in Donna's case, if right now, if her and Vince are together and, they decide, okay, well, we're going to wait 4 or 5 years. Honestly, it might be smart for Donna to try to freeze her eggs right now because she doesn't know what's going to happen in these next 5 years. Nothing saying that she'll have complications. She could have a great pregnancy, get pregnant naturally. Everything just flows like that. It's very possible. But when you have that unknowingness or, just the possibility of it not happening, I guess it can kind of like mess with your whole time frame and your whole thinking, because I've seen people who just because, oh, well, I got to get pregnant right now, I got to have pregnant, like they will put themselves in bullshit ass situations with bullshit ass men that they know they have no fucking business being with, but all because they feel, oh, well, I have to do this right now. If I don't do this right now, then life is over. And it's like, no, you're actually creating, a situation for your life to possibly be over because you're messing with somebody that you really don't even know their full character. You don't know, shit about them, but yet because of this timeline, you're putting yourself in situations like that. So that happens. And I will say, like we've been talking about with Donna, yeah, she has this 3-month timeline, but I don't really feel like for Donna that's like real. Like, I think 3 month move in. Okay, 6 months maybe. And like I said, you can find somebody that will make you want to move in and be with them the next day. Okay, it all depends on the person.
Right. I appreciate this dialogue that we're having because I feel like this is why content creators are so important. A lot of times, the reasons why communities around reality television, all good Jaguar, and much love to Q, by the way, as well. The reasons why these communities grow so strong is because of what people are able to bring to the table. A lot of times around reviews, like I will say this, last season was not this season. I'm gonna say that 2 more times. Last season was not this season. Last season was not this season. And that is because of not just the cast, but also too the issues that are being allowed to be seen on national television. Because what I'm gaining from this dialogue that's happening here is that for men and women, the fantasy that we have grown up with has never had to be our reality. But because society said this is supposed to be yours, that's all we could hold on to, because we didn't know we could be anything else. And so what's happening right now is men and women are like, oh, damn. Okay, well, I do want to have kids, but also, too, my biological clock for women and the biological clock for men, because there is a biological clock for men, too, mentally and socially and everything else. Do you want your life to be run by a clock that could expire, and when it expires you don't want to love anymore? Or are you willing to recognize, okay, my clock is there, but I also am the timekeeper, and I'm going to invest in the things that bring me joy? Because it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But it's better to try to run to the finish line and be out of breath halfway than not ever go. Because if you never go, the finish line is not coming to you. Let me say it again. The finish line is not coming to you. The finish line is not coming to you. You have to go to it. So it seems like now we're kind of understanding that, hey, as long as we get to the finish lines that we can get to at the time we can get to them, that's more than enough. And I don't think that space of conversation has ever been able to breathe in our society like it is now. Because, Gigi, you're right. Back then, bishi baba. Motherfucker. And that was it. You didn't really think about, oh, well, she's a sister, she's a home girl, she's an entrepreneur. You didn't think about all these roles because of the role that society told you that she was supposed to be. And for women, well, he's supposed to be strong. He can't be weak. This, that, and the third. And so we've negated the fact that, hold on, maybe we didn't elect to be in these roles. Maybe these roles were given to us and we've always had the freedom to be free. But because society said, here's your papers, do your job, say your lines, and keep the play going, we never recognized that we could break the play and break up the acts in the play and be our own person. I know that was long-winded, but hell, listen, it's what we do. So I hope that made sense. Over to y'all.
Yeah, I think that's true. And when it comes to, like we're talking about right now, the Donnah and Quinton situation, I feel like with them, they just need to kind of like just keep on moving forward genuinely like they have been, because you could see the maturity in them individually. So I feel like they could bring that into their relationship and actually, have something real that could last, and all of the concerns of timing and tradition or family or any of that, I feel like they could actually create something together themselves to truly have, that they can call their own. I feel like Donnah and Vince could actually make traditions that will set them apart from the rest. So again, definitely, feel like timing does matter, but communication and trust is definitely, huge too. But I also feel like they have great values that align, that could create for, can create prosperity. So, yeah, just looking forward to seeing what happens on the reunion with them. But yeah, we can move forward if you're ready.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So then we're with, hang on a second. Darius, why are you looking at us, bro? You on TV. Why are you this is like how nephew Tommy looked at me and Gigi a couple of weeks back. Just so y'all two in the corner, y'all gonna talk about me and my show?
That's funny.
Really? This what we're gonna do? Actually, you know what? Hang on. This nephew Tommy heard us. Give me a moment, because he like, I know that you are not bringing my. Yes, we are. Nephew. We are. Give me one.
That's the look like, I know he did not come in here with another fox fur like me.
Yes. Hang on, wait. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I think. Let me go to it. Yep. Okay, I see it. Give me a moment, y'all. And it's not even that far back.
Yeah, but this date here also spoke to, and I'm glad that Ashante's family was able to give her honest feedback when it came to Darius. Because just like, you know, her mom and her stepdad said, one, Bello seemed like he's a car salesman, and Darius is definitely, he's a pimp and saying everything that you know you want to hear.
This was Ashante's parents. Like, oh, you think you are somebody important? This is exactly the energy that they gave. I'm sorry, y'all. So let me bring up. Okay, there he is. Look at it. Okay, zoom it out. But to that beautiful point there. This is the dad, stepdad rather, and that's the mom there. And apparently the mom, the dad, and Ashante's like, God help them, because you know how your mama is, and they both agreed on that. So you got Darius and Bello there. With Darius, basically, you know, with him is Ashante's heart, soul, and God, and you know, Bello has a 14-month-old. And when it came to asking about, you know, Bello's goals with Asante, he didn't say not a thing. This was like when Shannon asked, like, so where am I with y'all? And how the guys couldn't give a direct answer. He said, well, I'm building condominiums, and I'm going to do Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream in real time. In this time, amen. And so I don't care if you black or white or purple or gray or blue or yellow or fuchsia or turquoise. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about Dominique. I'm sorry, I'm here for Asante. Now, like I was saying, I'm going to bring these people together in condominiums, and we're going to create community. I'm gonna be real with you. Asante is a legend for what she did at the end of this show. And we will get to that. But this date, I just, you know, when Asante said we need some shots, I felt like she was saying she needed some shots for her too, because I didn't feel like either of them was given. Over to y'all. That's my take on it.
I mean, we knew that wasn't given. Come on now. First off, we knew that she started out with the process a little bit late, even though she was there. Like, I think she got eliminated the first elimination, or the second or something. So she had already been down in the bottom two. You know, she's already hadn't really made any sufficient connections like that. And I had actually said that she gives more of like the homie vibe. Like that's, and it's not even necessarily maybe just her, just the guys who were there weren't for her. So, you know, there was really no connections truly being made.
Right.
I feel like with Darius was just trying to make connections just so that he stayed longer. Because even though we know that he and Ashley had a strong connection, him trying to make something with Asante was like kind of crazy, just for the simple fact of how late in the process, you know, it started. And Asante actually felt it herself. And I think she said like she felt like basically Darius was giving her time because he was upset with Ashley. And that seems like that really was the case. The reason why she got that extra time with Darius was because of the situation with Ashley. And as far as Bello, we already talked about that too. Bello was trying to make other connections after he realized that Dominique had several connections. And she was several guys' top connection, not just a connection, because we went through the whole thing with Shannon. She didn't know where her placement was, but everyone specifically let it be known that Dominique was in their top. So, I feel like Asante knew, but this was, her going along with the process. But I think by this point she knew that neither one of them was really for her. That's just my opinion. I think she knew, and it's good that her parents saw it too.
Yeah, no, fully agree. Jaguar, what say you?
Yeah, so I have. Well, I'll get to the Ashanti separately afterwards. But for the date itself, I don't think either men acquitted themselves well, and I think the parents they picked up on neither of these men are probably the best match for my daughter. That's probably what they picked up on. Darius was trying to do Darius stuff, kind of sick talking, and the mother sniffed it out right away. And Bello, I actually didn't mind him saying the part about what his plans were for the future, but you needed to tie that in to Ashanti. You just made it about all business because the father asked you directly about what's your future with my daughter. And you went on about, I'm planning to build a space and build it up for black people, which is cool. But you could have just added something in and be like, well, this is my 5-year plan. I want to build up the space here, for prominent black people. And I want to have a beautiful woman by my side. And I think Ashanti could possibly be that woman. We have a few things to talk about, but she's definitely somebody I could see in having a future with. Something just a little something to show that you have an interest in the man's daughter and that you're probably thinking of having a future with her. Because obviously he wants the best for his daughter and he wants to see her, do well. So I don't think that either one of them did it properly. As far as the ending itself goes, I'll wait till the ending when we actually get to that slide, and I'll talk to you about that because I have a different point of view than you, baby.
Okay. Bet. All right. Sounds good then. Sounds good to me. So shout out to the 13 people here. And then of course we have. Let me see if I can bring up that clip because most of the time I don't post clips from the show. I want to see if I can pull up that clip of Nephew Tommy recapping the show here on TV. They should have at least. Let me see here.
And can we go ahead and just, because I don't think we spoke on this, about Ashante's mom when she asked Darius how old he was, and he said he was 41, and she said, "You're my age." The way she looked at Asante was, yeah, they said everything. So I think that might have already been like a no-go for mom because she's like, "Oh no, you're the same age as me."
That's very true. That's very true. It's not that I did forget it, but no, that's very true. That is true. That, oh my God, wait, you're my age? And mama don't look too bad for 41, okay? Listen, her black is not cracking. Yes, indeed. So, okay, I found the clip here of Nephew Tommy. So here we go. So Nephew Tommy comes on and makes it do what it do here. So here we go.
We're down to our final couples in Motown. They passed every test.
Like
this is so freaking cute.
Reached every milestone.
Getting a little nippy out here.
That's what you're for.
The only question left is, have they truly found love?
That's all you got.
We'll find out soon enough. The couples will meet in a special place, lay it all on the line, and discover who is truly ready to love.
So Nephew Tommy making it do what it do, as he often does. So then we get to the selections here. Now, Asante, by the way, that color works on you. Okay, I just want to say that color definitely works on her very nicely. And the walk was walking. Okay, so Bello comes up, and you think it's gonna be her and Bello, but then Darius walks up with this. But now, wait. Now, hang now.
Not with the leather fur.
Now, Darius, I don't know why you look at me like that, bro. Listen, I'm talking about you. Okay, I'm talking about you. I don't know why you look at me like that. Okay, you the one that came up in Detroit, Michigan, in this. Okay, so this ain't about me. This is about you. So, with all that being said, you know, Bello, good energy, well traveled, many more superlatives. Darius, I love our conversations, prayers, and being on the phone for hours. But I choose neither of you. And I felt like I was a placeholder. And as she was walking away, you know that old saying of I love to see you come, but I hate to see you leave. Yeah, they were both looking. That was like Michael B. Jordan, Jonathan Majors. Look at Pay Her Weight. Shout out to her. She's a great content creator. And she walked out the room. Both of them just look like, good damn that ass. But I will say, and I can't wait to hear what Jaguar Actual has to say as well on this. The way I felt about this was like, good for Asante. Because it was that energy of like, y'all really could have had me as your number one, but you never really invested in me as your number one. And I felt like the way she went about this was the softer side of what Lauren wanted to say. She just said it in the way that Lauren wanted to say it. And they both said, you know, I think we missed out on that one. And it is so sad that you had the chance and you missed out on it because you wanted to do what you wanted to do and not did the work that you needed to do. Over to y'all for commentary.
Well, Jag, you can go ahead and go first. I'll come after you.
Oh, okay. So my point of view is this. I think this was a production thing. I think they tapped it to stay because it was the end of the show. And I don't think she could have self-eliminated at that point. It was too late. And you have to remember, at this point of the show, there were 3 men, but there were 4 women. So a woman had to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think letting her just walk out just before they wrap up would have been good. So I think they gave her that moment so that she could have the chance to walk out and, you know, she could probably get some applause from the ladies and whatnot. But this is more of not just choosing herself. This was really more about her walking away before she got embarrassed that nobody picked her. Because let's be honest, Vince was locked up with Donnah. Bello had pretty much chosen Dawn from the beginning of the process. He wasn't really looking at any other woman like that, except probably Lauren, but she was already out. And Darius was kind of 50-50. He was kind of iffy about it. But he probably may have led more towards Ashley because I think Asante gave him that whole speech about she was it just to save time. It just looked like she didn't self-eliminate in time, just like Lauren did. And Lauren got kicked off by Bello, which was karma to me. And they just got to the point where we have to have 3 couples, we have an extra woman, somebody needs to go. And they're already past the point of there was no more men's lounges to vote somebody off. So she just got an opportunity. But really and truly, I think she and Lauren should have self-eliminated earlier. I think as an adult, you have to have some sort of self-awareness. You have to know when to pull the ripcord. You have to be able to say, okay, this is not going to work out. Things are not going my way. I don't think my person is here. I'll gracefully bow out. But Lauren looked like a fool. As Asante, to me, she got to save face. this was a graceful exit for her. That's what I feel about it.
Okay, bold take, but I understand where you're coming from. When it came to the circumstances of production and that they did have to eliminate, I will raise this to you. While production did what they did, that does not mean that had to be her response. Because she could have done that a whole bunch of ways. But I do believe that in the past, we have not seen a maturity where even if they did self-realize it at the end of it all, we've never seen somebody own their power. But great take though. You gave me some perspectives that I did not consider. Gigi, over to you for your commentary.
Yeah, well, I definitely agree, but I also think that I think we pretty much knew where Asante stood. Like I said, she was kind of, even though she was there, she was late to the game. She had already been eliminated, so it kind of like gave you a look into what could possibly happen, and then seeing how things went throughout the season. She was never anyone's main or constant thought, so I never really saw her going till the very end to be able to be chosen. And just like Jaguar said, like you had, Bella already had Nam, Darius had Ashley, Vince had Donnah. Asante was obsolete. There was no first choice for her. So it is good that she went ahead and just... Sorry, I just saw a spider and almost just flew out somewhere. Sorry.
Oh
my
good.
God. Sorry. So anyway.
It's okay. You're all right. You're safe. You're okay.
It's all good. It's all
I'm
good.
sorry. I'm terrified of spiders. Oh God, I just took away my whole thought. Hold on. Okay. So sorry. But anyway, I feel like with Ashanti, her, like you said, it was too late for her to self-eliminate, so she couldn't do that. And it was good for her to just go ahead and make the choice to not choose anyone and choose herself. Because at that point, like, you run the risk of saying, okay, yeah, I choose you, and none of them choosing her.
Yep.
So, yeah,
Exactly.
she made the right call with the, I'm not going to choose either of you. So,
Yeah. It was definitely a no from Bello. It would have been probably a 50-50 from Darius. But Bello was definitely a no-go.
yeah, now maybe if it was Steven, she possibly could have, possibly.
Yeah.
Or who was the other one? Was it Corday that she gave the
Corday,
plant to? Yeah, so there was possibilities of other connections, but the two that at the end they definitely was not for her.
Well, yeah, I mean, she had other opportunities during the course of the show, but I don't think Stephen or Cardi will be good. Stephen seemed like, because I'm just looking at the facts of what happened. As I said, as we all know, this is an edited show, and we can't see all the cuts and things that got chopped off the production floor. We can only see the final product that was shown to us on the TV. But Stephen ran after Shannon, and he's the only man that ran after a woman after she got eliminated. So to me, Shannon was probably the best match for Stephen. I would have liked her with Devon because they're both kind of nerdy, but okay. And Cardi I think for me, was definitely a no for Ashanti, because on the X's episode, he looked soft, just like he lets women run over him soft. I mean, he folded like wet Charmin tissue paper. It didn't look good.
Charmin, oh my.
Because you remember, he let his ex rip into Ashanti, and Ashanti talk in her confessional. She was like, she didn't like that Cardi just sat there and didn't defend her at all.
Yeah,
so I don't think they probably had a shot at that. I mean, they probably could have made up, because I don't know. I saw a clip of Cardi talking about somebody he would have probably wanted to get with. It could be Ashanti, we don't know. I guess we'll find out at the, but she probably would have made connections earlier on, and since she didn't do it by about, I would say about midway, she should have pulled the ripcord at that point. Because if I remember correctly, she only had an actual first one-on-one date with Darius on the 9th episode, which is the second to last episode before the show finishes. So to me, by the time you get to the getaway, to the resort for the weekend, you should already have either narrowed down to at least 2, maybe 1. But she didn't even have a date with him at that point. So to me, I don't think she clicked with anybody truly to the point where she could go all the way to the end. And this got screwed up with production, and they were like, you have an extra woman, somebody just has to do. But she was graceful. She had a very graceful attitude. I give her that. You know, she could have been bitter about it. She could have gone a whole different way, but she carried herself well. I applaud her for that.
Absolutely. Great takes from both of you, for sure. Okay, I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I also want to say something else because I feel like, okay, so we all seen that Asante, you know, kind of got in late, okay? But again, I don't necessarily, I'm not going to say that it's Ashante's fault because, you know, she's looking for the men to kind of like also give her the attention that she's seeking, you know, that she's given as well. But I think you guys said something because I was thinking like, hey, her and Cardi possibly could have been something. But in all reality, y'all are right. Cardi, I don't see Cardi having a real connection with anyone. So I don't see like where he could have even picked up Asante and possibly carried her. Because I don't feel like he was enough for himself. Okay, he wasn't. And then just like with the conversation, especially once we get closer to the end, where, you know, Dominique's feeling like, hey, you're not even speaking up. You're not necessarily was he just not speaking up for her, but he wasn't even really speaking up for himself. And that was the same thing with Devon. Devon was doing the same thing. And I felt like it's almost as if they were deflated with their confidence. They were fine in the beginning, but when it got closer to the end, their confidence started to deflate. Correct. You know, we've seen that in Devon when he had, you know, when he was there with Bello and Cardi meeting Dominique's friend. You know, he wasn't talking much. He didn't have that smile on him. He wasn't being as attentive to Dominique like that. You could see it almost like he was in his own space.
Correct.
So, and I think like, you know, a lot of them kind of started falling off once they seen the connections. Like everyone knew Bello and Dominique had a connection. That was from jump. Everybody seen it. We all knew. So I feel like the guys started falling off as well. And that was the other reason why Bello kept picking up, you know, other people. Because he's like, oh, well, she's got this many connections. Let me try to have these connections.
Correct.
But you don't have those connections because those people aren't, you know, they aren't Dom for one. And two, they really probably aren't as interested in him as Dom was. Okay. Again, I'll speak to it. I feel like they were both looking at each other aesthetically and saying, you know, it's like, you look good to me. I look good to you. Okay. We look good together. We don't know what happened at the vacation, but in my opinion, I feel like they possibly took it a little further. So now you have this sexual chemistry. But what else do you have after that?
Right.
Because the conversations seem to be lacking somewhere. If you're not even really having real conversations with your parents. Or if, you know, your friends are telling you something else and, you know, you're agreeing at the moment, but then it becomes something else afterwards. So, I don't know. Honestly, I'll just say this with Asante. I am glad that she chose herself. And I'm glad that she was honest enough to say, hey, I don't feel like I was chosen. I don't feel like I was, you know, even a candidate. So I'm not going to choose either one of you. That was great. Kudos to her. I definitely applaud her for that. And then, you know, just once we move on, Lord, when we get to Darius and Ashley at the end, that's just madness.
You see, that's something you have to look at. I'll use your 2 examples with both Devon and Cardi. You have to understand that you can only keep up pretense for so long. Even if you're an actor, You're acting for a particular scene, and then the scene ends, and you go back to being whoever you are, the actual person.
Correct.
So if you notice, in the very first episode, none of the women were feeling Devon. And then in the second episode, he put on a suit, and they were like, "Oh, he put on a suit, and now look at him." But he couldn't keep that up because that's not who he is. He doesn't have swag like that. He's a nerd. That's why he clicked with Shannon, because she was also nerdy. And if you realize, because of it's like the comparison I use is Steve Urkel. Steve Urkel is a nerd by default. Now, when he goes into the machine, he can become Stefan Urkel, who's cool and suave and fly, and he has swag. But after a while, he can't keep that up. He'll just revert to being Steve Urkel. So if you notice, the interest just kept. They say you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And the first episode, none of the women were feeling the fun. In the second episode, when he put on that suit and he spruced up a little bit, some women were interested, but he just went back to being a nerd. So everything tapered off. Same thing with Cardi. Cardi came on like, he had a certain look about him and his hair and whatnot. But once the Ex's episode hit, and he let that woman run over him and attack Asante, and he never defended her, he was never the same ever since that episode. His stuff just plummeted. And I'm pretty sure, obviously I wasn't there to see it, but I'm pretty sure Asante probably told the other woman about that experience that she didn't like, that Cardi just didn't defend her, and she just got attacked and nothing happened. So to me, it just feels like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to add to your point. I fully agree with you. I think that moment with Cardi and I think her name was Joy, or whatever her name was. I don't say that to be rude, but
her name was Day. Wasn't it Day?
Yes, it was. Thank you. Day was all night. Okay, she had all night energy.
Day was on weekend time.
That part. But in that token, I do agree with you, Jaguar, that I think that experience tainted it for her and Cardi. But of course, it's different in the experience versus out the experience. Now, I do believe if Day, could get some melatonin, and relax herself, I'm sure she's a very pleasant person. Because to have that much energy, you gotta have that energy in business and everything in between. So it's not like I don't like Day. It was just the way we met her was a lot. So, just. But very well said, Jaguar. Very well said. And thank you, Gigi, for helping me there. Because I was like, who was she? And you were right. She had weekend time. And honestly, she did not need a margarita. She didn't need no Grand Marnier shots. She didn't need no combat coffee. She was good being her damn self. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So, with that being said,
yeah, but let's just say, okay, I don't know if Cardi really could defend anyone when he was trying to get a word in to try to try to change the subject and try to make the situation lighter. It just wasn't happening.
No.
And maybe if he knows how this was his ex, and this is somebody that he said was his first love. Maybe there was still, some type of connection or love there that made her want to possibly sabotage his connection with other women by acting that way. That could have been something. And it also could have been the fact that, one, him knowing how she is, you would think he possibly could have gave a heads up to the ladies. Like, listen, you're going to meet my ex. She can be a little bit over the top, but this is what it is. Even if you didn't say it like, right there at the table, if you guys are having conversations, outside of filming, then that conversation should be had. Like, hey, okay, well, that this week you're supposed to meet my ex. This is, they can be this type of way, just so, forewarning, just so that there's nothing unexpected that happens or comes out, in this. But it just seems like for some reason that did not happen this season. Like and I don't know exactly how they go through the whole filming process and how, production works with Ready to Love specifically. Because I don't know if they have it to where you can't have those conversations ahead of time and kind of give a forewarning. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. And I don't know if in this situation, it was like, no, what happens? We want it to be in the moment. Very well could be the case.
No,
but
absolutely.
Still, even if he did not defend her at that moment or she felt like it, I want to know if there was a conversation afterwards. Was there, a possibility to where, she's, had that conversation, just like with Vince. Vince made the comment about Lauren. He got back to her. He went ahead and had that conversation with Lauren. Could that have happened with Cardi? Possibly. Did we see it? Of course not. But how well do you stand up for somebody that you really don't have a connection with?
You know, see that those are two different things, though. Mm-hmm. See, the thing with Vince's comment is that Vince's comment was something that he said separately to other men in the lounge that wasn't supposed to get back to the woman. And some man talked, spilled it to Christina, who then spilled it out. There wasn't a direct conversation. But with Cardi and the ex and Asante, it was direct. She was in her face, going on Asante, and she was looking at Cardi, and Cardi's looking up, he was looking to the side, he was looking at his shoes, he was looking up at the sky, and, he didn't exhibit king behavior there. He didn't step in and say, all right, look, that's enough, you need to chill, back off her, He didn't do anything to protect her. She didn't feel safe. I mean, it wasn't like a physical attack. She didn't feel safe physically, but she didn't feel safe emotionally or mentally because she was getting attacked by this person who's a complete stranger to her, and the person that she's supposed to have a connection with is just letting it happen. So, as I said, ever since that episode, he was just never the same, and I don't think any of the women looked at him the same.
I will agree with that.
I'll definitely agree with that. Sorry to cut you off, but I also, like I said, I will agree with that. And, the fact that he was doing everything but actually trying to rectify the situation. I also wonder, too, if maybe he felt that because it was women talking that he didn't want to insert himself in women's conversations. He might have felt that maybe the women could handle it themselves. Was that right? No, because this is your ex who's meeting, possible connections that you have. So he definitely should have spoken up more and at least gave some type of rectification for the situation so that was not a point against him. But then again, like I said, it makes me wonder, like, how much did he really care? Because if it was, Dom was there, so damn. I was gonna say if it was Dom, would it have been differently? But I mean, she was there, so was Lauren. They all seen how his ex was acting. They all seen, the situation that Asante was talking about. But I wonder, did they feel the same too, or did they feel like, hey, they could have handled it themselves? Because I think Dominique, she had a little back and forth and, a little bit, but not too much.
Right.
But either way it goes, I feel like Cardi probably just wasn't, he wasn't all the way in there after that point. So
yeah, and this is what I would say to you, right? I'll put it like this: even though we may not be together, we're together in this experience, and so it's almost like if somebody came up here and try to get on to you, Q, Jaguar, Solana, myself. Excuse me, who are you? Where'd you come from? And why the fuck do you exist? But if we get on each other, that's cool. And I feel like that's how you should. Now, like I said, this is just my take. I could be completely wrong in this because, as y'all point out, Bray, you're right. Dom is beautiful, but also, too, you haven't just had Dom in your face because of circumstances. So, two things can be true. I feel like in this, even though you are my ex, this is my experience. So it's almost like, who do you make the plate for? Yeah, you're my ex, but this is my new plate that I'm making for these people. So they deserve the most respect.
Okay, so the question then, though, is I just want to know how much of an ex that really was, because he made it a point to let it be known that that was his first love. Could it be possible that there was still some love there? That's what I said. Could it have been like this was a kind of sabotage to keep him from being in another relationship, not only just on his ex's part, but maybe that's something that he's still fighting with and trying to figure out if he still wants her to be an ex for a reason, or if he's going to try to make it work again. Because you would think that there would be some, just like you said, some type of defense for someone that you are going through this process with. Not somebody that you've already been through it with, but somebody that you're going through it with right now.
Correct.
You would think that there would be some type of respect involved, and to say, hey, you're coming off a little bit too hot, or hey, you need to, or even beforehand, before they get there, if you know how this person is, beforehand, have that conversation with them. That's the big thing to me. He and his ex had a conversation before the lady showed up. He should have put boundaries up right then. So none of that would have even happened.
No, I fully agree with that. And like I was saying, that's not to the way I compartmentalized that was, y'all know, like I always say, each platform requires a different energy, right? I'm not disrespecting my ex, but also too, I wouldn't allow somebody to come at you like that, so you're not gonna come at the people in my life that are of this experience like that either. So if you want respect, you gotta give it. That's just how I would go about it. Like I said, I could be completely wrong, but that's how I'm compartmentalizing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you would think it would be, right? Yeah, but I mean, but this is the reason why they said Cardi was not, he was not taken up for, and he wasn't, and it wasn't even just her. I think Dominique said the same thing. Like, yo, you got to show up for me. Like, I need you to show up. There's no room for,
shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, couldas, and I was gonna, but I didn't. Like, no, especially in this time, in this process, like you are definitely, you only have a certain amount of time to make these connections, and once you've made your connection, you only have a certain amount of time to increase that connection and make it be something that after the show can continue to be built upon.
Correct.
But yeah, I mean, in that situation, that definitely wasn't it. And that's why we got down to where we was. Honestly, I'm surprised that they even kept Asante on there. They should have just went ahead and let her go and then just kept 3 people with their connections. But they definitely had to do something a little bit. That I feel like that was like that last-ended curveball.
Because it allows her to come back to the reunion, as we see,
right?
The preview. So now we got the most loving, the most beautiful, the most tear-filled agreement ever. And I gotta tell y'all, I'm sorry. I had my Handel's birthday cake ice cream, and I had me some deep dish pizza from Romeo's Pizza, and I had me some Kleenex because it was so emotional, the care, the consideration, and just the overall community that they were bringing together. Said no one ever. Let's get into this fucking shit. Moving on.
That was diabolical shit. Said no one ever. That's crazy.
Listen, I do what I
What
can.
makes that
So
worse is when we saw the clip for the reunion. That makes the whole scene a lot worse.
my man, that's why I gave the intro that I did. Very well done, Jaguar. So we're talking about the conversations and the chemistry and the connection. Bello says, I choose you. It felt magnetic. It felt like home. Child. It felt like home. But yet the energy that you gave the reunion felt like y'all had your own places. Okay, I choose you, and they say yes to each other. Child, y'all take it. Y'all take it from the intro that I gave all the way up to that shit. Y'all go ahead and have it. Because I'm not going to do this fuckery shit. I'm not. Nope.
Listen, can we just say that first off, we already knew what it was by the way that she came through with her titties out, okay? Listen, I have nothing against letting the ladies hang free, okay? All right? Sometimes they need to be seen just as much as the face, okay? I just, just say.
Uh-huh.
But this is my thing. All things that glitter is not gold, okay? And just because the packaging is wrapped very beautifully, and the bowl looks brand new, that does not mean that the gift inside is worth anything. And that's kind of like what it seems. Again, we're going to go back to the fact of how they feel like the aesthetic. They are aesthetically pleasing to each other. They look like they belong together, but do they really belong together is the question. And it seems like no is the answer. Because, again, we went through all this throughout the season. You and him have, honestly, since day one, have actually, kind of been inseparable, which is great. But y'all did all this just to end up not together at the reunion. And again, I'll say this: you made sure to make Lauren feel inadequate and feel out of place when it came to her connection with Bello, which, I mean, yeah, there really wasn't a connection. Could there have been? Possibly. But you did all of that just to end up looking like a fool. And I'm hoping that what she's talking about is, maybe they did work out, and something happened. And because for her to say that he was in her bed 2 days ago, it's like, okay, well, what happened? Like between then and then the 2 days after that y'all are on the reunion, what has happened in between this time? But
well, she did say that for you to say that I am not worthy of being a wife.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Ooh, Lordy.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Whew. My Lord. DG will be back up here in a minute, y'all. Jaguar, what did you think about all this? I
didn't really have much about the ending because we all know that they were going to get together because they both locked up pretty much early on in the process, so this wasn't a shock to me. And as I said, it wasn't anything exciting for me. I just knew this was going to happen, so I just let it play out. As I said, I just when I watched the clip of the reunion, I flash back to this because it just makes it all do this, knowing what's going to happen in the future.
Yep. No, very well said.
Yeah, the whole thing, just like thinking about her with, like I said, her making Lauren so bad, talking about how, he's already met my mom and dad and they love him. But then we get to the parts where you actually see the mom and dad, and the dad is like, wait a minute, I didn't know any of this. What's going on? So it just shows that either she was truly living in this fantasy world or she was really just trying to hype up the situation, hype herself up in that moment to make herself seem like she's more like she's wanted more than maybe she is.
I think it was an
You know?
ego thing. I think that's what it was. I think it was an ego
Yeah.
thing. If you remember, she was because somebody told me this like when this season started that she was on a season of Basketball Wives or something like
Correct.
that. And she's also high profile because she dated like a NBA star or something like that. But the thing is, I think with her, it was just an ego thing that she didn't want to be rejected by any men. She didn't want to get sent home. She wanted to make it to the end, and I guess she figured Bella was the best person to do that, and she was right. They do make it to the end. But I think when Tommy asks why they broke up, I think it'll be because of children and religion. Because for her, somebody who is that age, who should have maturity. I mean, not everybody who's older is wise. There are old fools out there. But somebody who has a certain level of intelligence, she should have realized from the beginning, as soon as he said, I need to have a son, she should have been like, yeah, I need to pull the ripcord because this is not going to happen. Because she explained about her age and the fact that she had 2 miscarriages. And somebody also told me that other women are saying she is nowhere, she is not 42, that her profile says on the, if you go to the show website, her profile says 42, they say she's way older than that. I don't know. I don't really care about that. But I mean, in terms of her getting with a guy who specifically says he wants to have a child and a son, she should have been like, this is not going to work out for us.
I agree with that, Jag. I actually seen that too and heard that she's older than what she is. And that, could be a part of also why it's harder for her to get pregnant and carry. But they had that conversation in the beginning about, adoption and how he felt about it.
And everything in between.
Yeah. So, but this is my thing, because Bello was talking about how he wants a son, but you just newly have a daughter.
Correct.
Figure that part out first before trying to make another one. And then not on top of that, but it's not like you're trying to make this son with the same person you have this daughter with. This is someone completely new. So I feel like he needs to get that under control first. Get the parenting and control, get the the co-parenting and visitations and different things like that. Like, his family has not even met his daughter, so why are you trying to push another child or offspring off on someone else, or even thinking about that right now? Like, I understand, later on down the road, that's a conversation to be had, that's something that you want, but to make it as though like that's something in the right now, I don't see that being a good look for him. I'm sorry.
No, fully agree.
I see it because for me, this is like a side thing. Because again, we can only work with the information that we have and the final edit that they broadcast on the TV show. I don't know about whatever side arguments or discussions we had or what the film that they cut out. I can only work with what I see. This looks like it was a side thing. It was, as you said, it's a one-night stand. This was a smash and dash. It was a pump and dump. And he probably had protection on and didn't think that the girl would get pregnant. And it sounds like he found out afterwards that the girl probably tracked him down and said, hey, I'm pregnant. And he was like, well, how do I know it's mine? Blah, 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 blah. And he probably waited until the baby was born and he could do a paternity test to confirm. And then when he found out, yeah, this is mine, okay, he said, all right, I'll spend my money to take care of the child. But remember, he as he said, he hasn't seen the child for more than 3 times, I think. I don't think he's seen it 4 times. So to me, this is just something on his side, and he's focusing on the main. As far as he's concerned, that's just his baby mama.
Yeah. And with that being said, I wanted to bring this up. Now, I saw this earlier, not like early in the season, but it popped up, but I wanted it to breathe towards the end because somebody is asking, did Bello get married and film the reunion same day JK? But then if we scroll down just a little bit, that says Bello from Ready to Love Detroit, married in 2025. So we don't
Wait
know.
the whole hell of a minute. Wait a minute. Say, wait, what?
No, but they filmed in 2024. Remember, because remember Donna saying on her timeline that she wanted to be married in 2025. So that means it wasn't 2025 as yet. So I think
that's what they do. They normally do like a year, 6 months to a year before they film it a year or 6 months before, and then they go through editing, and then like right now they are filming for season 12 already. They've already started on that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So I think so if he did get married in 2025, this is probably after the show, I guess. Probably.
Yeah, most likely it was after the show, but from what it looks like is the outfit that he has on right there is almost the same as what he had on the show.
Yeah.
Or on the reunion. But is there any way we can go to Bello's page? Does Bello have a page? And I wonder, did he talk about any of this with Lauren? Because I know that he was on her podcast, and I wonder if they talked about any of that. And even if they didn't, the fact that, I mean, you did all of this with Dominique on the show just to marry someone else, a year later. This is just absurd.
His page on Instagram is boss_Bello.
So here it is here. And here is them on the podcast 7 weeks ago. Right here, 6 weeks ago. From his very first impressions of the initial mixer, the energy that caught his attention early on, he did not hold back. This comment right here, he just said a whole bunch of nothing. I'm listening, and by the end, had zero idea of what his point was supposed to be. Well, that said a lot.
But has that or has that not been pretty much said about him throughout the show? Like, he is a car salesman. It's like he knows what to say at the time that it needs to be said, but what is he really saying? Like, there's a whole lot of words and they have letters, but are they really making up a sentence? Not quite.
He's reminded me of that Tea Time movie skit. Hello, feature film freaks. I have a fantastic movie for you. If you want to get to the movie theater, you have to go to the fork in the road. He just keeps presenting these films. That's like, bruh, how did you film this? Where did you film it? And how the fuck did it come out so quick? I got some serious about him. Like, and I know Johnny Carson is very, dated, but we do use media references from the past to shade now. So, but anyway. But yeah, that's how I felt about them.
Listen, he's about to start doing Tubi movies with Darius. It's about to be Bello and Darius. A trade of fox fur.
Child, listen, if they become a comedy duo on Tubi, I'm blaming your ass for it. I am, because I did not.
It's gonna be called Bello and Darius Beyond the Fur.
You know what? Why we gotta do that to Beyond the Gates, man? Why? Just why? Oh my God, Jag, you wanted to say something real quick before we move on to the next couple here?
No, not for this particular thing. I'm just watching something else that Ashley posted. I'll link it to you guys now.
Okay, sounds good.
Tell me if that link works for you.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, here it is here, y'all. So this is from Ashley Jeter here. Gaslighting 101. One thing I will never do is fake who I am for clicks, giggles, or views. Not you rhyming as you giving your Gaslight 101 lessons in the class. Okay. And I'm not about to sit in front of a man's family and allow myself to be gaslit so someone else can look the part. Right idea, wrong chick. Ooh. Oh boy. I was never guarded. I'm observant. And what I observed was bullshit. I'm always going to be Ashley, heart emoji, heart face emoji, authentic rather, unapologetic and real, hashtag ready to love, hashtag ready to Detroit, hashtag hard conversations, own Oprah Winfrey Network. I'm also having a father watch me. He would have also have a father watch me because he would have cussed me out for letting a man play in my face. Ready to love the official group. So is she saying that her dad is watching her? Because that kind of got a little long in the tooth.
No, I think she's saying that because her father is looking over her.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, she wouldn't have let her,
gotcha.
Get played.
Understood. Thank you, Jack.
She's basically saying she wasn't raised as a fool to let somebody play with her.
Understood. And thank you for that context, conjecture, and connection, because I was not trying to be funny in saying that. I figured that's what it was, but this is why we communicate, ladies and gentlemen. So it seems like all of this was three things. And this is what Ashley wanted to say to Darius. You a lie, and you a cheat, and I don't want you no more.
Oh shit. Not the everything you do gonna crumble.
I had to do it, y'all. I had obligations to take it there, damn it. So, and that
can I say something? I just want to say something because this is something that does boggle my mind. Okay. So you say all of this online, okay? Afterwards, you're not gonna let him play in your face. You're glad that it's over because how he was doing, he was this, he was that, he was the third. Okay, this is my thing. And this could just be a me thing. I really don't know, don't care either. But one thing for sure is I don't understand how people can just kiss any and everybody. Yeah, they might have been working towards a relationship, but they were not in a relationship. You just kissing and mouthing and that is just so nasty to me. Just for all doing all of that to end up saying, oh, well, he played in my face and you ain't gonna play me like a fool and I'm not gonna be stupid. Well, you just showed yourself being stupid on the show. National television, everybody has seen you being stupid. And now you want to take it back? It makes no sense. That's another reason why I respect Vince, because Vince moves at his own pace. He's not, he was not thirsty. He was not trying to rush into anything. He was moving at the pace that he set forth for himself, but also that he feels like it would take time to build a genuine connection.
Absolutely. Without question.
But I mean, I understand, hey, you like him. You felt like you guys, that was the still in the deal. I understand that, but they've been doing that throughout the season when he still was talking about he had other connections. I don't get it.
And not to mention too, right? With Vince, and I gotta give Vince credit on this. He saw a blessing and respected the blessing. I'm gonna say that two more times. He saw a blessing and respected that blessing. He saw a blessing and respected that blessing. What I mean by that is he could have said, listen, I am who I am. You are who you are. It is what it is. He respects her enough to say, I recognize your timeline. And that may seem small, but reaching people where they are with what matters to them says a whole lot about a person, right? So, Jack, you wanted to say something before I get into reviewing these two? Okay, I'll review these two and then Jack, come on right in after. So we get to Darius, and they are matching. Best friend, where have you been? Twin, where have you been? Shorty, where you been? Now, Darius, listen, I'm talking about your ass, damn it. What the hell did you want me to do? Huh? Did y'all not come in matching furs? I mean, hell, was furry as Bello's beard right here next to you, motherfucker. So don't look at me like that. Shit. I'm doing my damn job. You do yours. Fuck wrong with you. Anyway, back over here with Darius and Ashley. So, Darius says that I choose you. And Ashley says that she has concerns because she feels like she's getting corrected all the time. And she feels that she might backslide, right? And that she's, does spiritual warfare work and this, that, and the third. Not to negate the work that she's, that she overcame, right? But I will say this. What do I always say to y'all? My mom has always said people have to earn the right to hear your story. But I add to that, I modernize, contemporize, and Braylonize it, of people have to earn the responsibility to be a part of it. And if you have to cry with somebody about what you had to overcome, and you ain't feeling comfortable to bring them along your journey, cut it out, to use a term from Full House, okay? No.
Yeah, that should have been one. That should have already been a no-go, because if you have to consider if the choice that you're about to make is going to make you backslide on all the work that you've done, and that is a concern that where it has you emotional just to talk about it and to think about it with that person, maybe we should think about it a little bit more.
That part right there.
Because she talked about all the therapy she done and all the, spiritual warfare classes that she took and all of that stuff. If you feel like you did all of that and you have someone who's coming into your life and could possibly do away with all that work that you just did and put in, you should not let them in your life. That's just a given, right? Unless they are actually going to add to what you've already been working on and help you out further, understandable. But if you feel like it's going to undo something, don't do it.
Yeah. No, without question. So then Darius says, I see you in your light. Darius, brother. And yeah, you can look at me all the fuck you want to. Yes, I'm going to say this shit to your Mitch ass, okay? You saying you see her light. She telling you darkness, motherfucker. You know what? Listen. Darknesses. Why don't I stretch out? Buy another one, you rich motherfucker. That's what she's saying. Buy another itch that will buy this shit that you're trying to sell me. Back off camera. Good damn. Don't look at me and shit like that. She telling you your darkness, bro. I'm just trying to keep it real with you. Okay? Listen, if I'm wrong, y'all write me. But I think she's trying to tell Darius that he's darkness. And then, talking about, Ashley, I see good qualities that I can't let go unnoticed. And, PJ Moore, who sings the anthem for Ready to Love, he's a gospel artist, brilliant musician and artist. They have this edition that's at the end of every season. It's kind of like, what would you say, Gigi and Jaguar? It's more like the acoustic version. Because it's not
like the acapella version.
Acapella version. Thank you, good sir. They got the acapella version. I was pissed the fuck off of that. I'm like, no. Producers, editors, own, lighthearted, Will Packer, Blink 94 Steels. Yes, you're a part of this shit too, because you bought lighthearted entertainment. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all know y'all always put the most emotional part of the show at the end, and you give that song to the couple that deserves it. They did not deserve that shit. I was ashamed.
that was for Donnah and Vince.
I was disgusted with y'all behavior. Y'all go ahead with y'all damn commentary. I say damn in love, grace, and space. Y'all go ahead, because I just...
Yeah, that was One, I love the theme song, and I love hearing it at the end of the season, especially when you got couples who have decided to be together. But yeah, they could have saved that for Donna and Vince. I feel like they were the cutest ones. Like even her dress, like Donna. Listen, Donna came to get her man, okay, and Vince was there for his woman. Those two I definitely am rooting for, and they should have had. I feel like they should have had the theme song, but yeah.
Jag, no, go ahead, Gigi.
No, I'm just saying. For me, it just, you know what? Talk 50 to me. I think you're right. It's lost its appeal, and I that's what I was getting to. I feel like even though we have discussed how mature the season is, it's still losing some of its flair. Like there's still, it's like, okay, we got maturity, but we're taking away from the naturality of it. Like we're taking away from it. It's not as organic as maybe it used to be. And just like he was talking earlier, like we need to bring back where nephew Tommy has more to do, because him just coming in and doing the lounges or doing the intros for each week, like we need more. It would be great for him and his wife to come back and talk to the guys and the girls separately and kind of truly try to work on them building lasting connections and them actually see where everybody's heads are. I feel like we definitely do need that. But compared to season 10, season 11 was better. So at least we came up from that. Yeah. And honestly, I am ready for the Never Ever Mets. And we'll have that, like March, maybe probably March or April, sometime like that.
We should begin something here soon. There should be a press release. And by the way, y'all know how I feel about rumors and everything in between. Me and Gigi went through this with the Never Ever Mets because we actually know people. We do. Not just virtually, but we do know people. And one of the situations we had was we had some tea. And we told Josh, who was on the Never Ever Mets, let's wait until it plays out. Because even though me and Gigi are not own affiliated, we move like we are of the business of media, entertainment, and culture. Okay? You know how they say you own the room until you're in the room? That's what we do. So we did that not just for CYA cover our asses, but also too, Josh was gracious enough to let us in. And so we didn't want to ruin his potential with home. So until there is a press release, until there's a Today Show exclusive, today.com exclusive, because that's where I found the show originally, until something is official, y'all don't run off of anything, because y'all should see that from Toss Away K, Milagro Scams, and Nosy, who fell into her own hole of bullshit, demise, and grandeur. Okay. And Talk 50 to me, I will agree with you. And it's no more, I think, in the state that it's in. But I don't think it's no more where it can't come back. Because to be on for 11 seasons, there's got to be something there. But I do agree with you, Talk 50 to me. By the way, I subscribed to your channel. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. And by the way, shout out to y'all. 12 people here, 10 likes. Thank you all so much for being here. Jaguar, do you have anything on this before we move over to Donnah events?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Gigi that the Vince and Donnah should have gotten the song because they look like the only actual true couple. I also agree with Talk 50 that I think it's lost its appeal in the sense that it's not what it used to be. I'll go back to what Gigi says as well. I think what happened is from season 1, when they started in season 1, social media wasn't as influential as it is now.
That is true. And
I think given the participants all the access and the freedoms that they had, because you're in a world now where you have to be in constant communication with somebody somewhere about something. You're always on your phone or your tablet or your computer, your laptop or whatever, and you're discussing stuff. So I think that really kind of screwed it up, that they would have podcasts and you would have somebody discussing something and you'd be like, usually it's just we go from episode 1 all the way to the finale. Then when we get to the reunion, we find stuff out. But this season has just been, because people have been spilling information from both lounges and they going on social media. I mean, we already know based on Ashley's post. I mean, she posted stuff and then deleted it. But the internet is forever. So we already knew before they even posted the clip of the reunion that she and Darius went together. So, I mean, I'm sure that other people who would have posted other things, even if they deleted them, that would have given away exactly what's happening at the end. And I think they need to figure out a way to work with the people that are going to be on the following seasons to not be on social media and divulge information that should be held for the end of the last episode and the reunion. So they have to adapt to a social media world, basically.
No, fully well said. I mean, I've suggested this for. No, go ahead, Gigi. I'll come right after you. I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think, Gigi, you might remember this, but I've been saying for a long time with all of these networks, there needs to be a content creator directory form where you submit your name, your subscribers, your total view count, everything in between, what you cover. So that way there can be a directory of, oh, hey, we have a new season of Rated Love coming up. Oh, well, wait a minute. Q, Gigi, Solana, Braylon, Jag. Oh my God, they review the show. Oh my God, they're in our directory. Oh my God, let's send them over to them. And also, too, it will work for clips so that way you won't be copyrighted. And the crazy part of it is, y'all can do this shit right now. Ain't that hard? You get a link from MailChimp or SurveyMonkey or wherever the hell you do it from, and you post it on the Instagram, put the link in the bio, and y'all make it do what it do. And if there's got to be a part where you got to be interviewed by own social media team or Bravo social media team or wherever social media team is, if they want to be a part of the directory, they will do what it takes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, especially after, we've covered so many different seasons and we've seen this, which we actually did talk about. And from a production standpoint, they're not supposed to be able to go on their own social media or even create a social media and say anything pertaining to the show and anything that's upcoming. Normally you'll start seeing people from the cast or stuff, stuff around the 4th or 5th episode, like normally halfway through or a little bit less than halfway through the season. Now, most of the time, they have to get permission from the network to even be able to post anything about the show most of the time. And when they do this, you either get a yay or nay, or they'll give you the timeline of when you are allowed to post whatever it is that you're trying to post.
Yep.
This season definitely seems like there was there was a lot of looseness, because there's no way that Lauren should have been able to have that podcast right now and have that up the entire time and actually have cast members present and ones who were eliminated come on the show beforehand and before even knowing like fully what was going to happen by the end of the show. And I think we even said there was a lot more pop-up accounts this season than we've seen.
Yes.
So yeah, I feel like that also is going to take away from what the show has to offer. It's going to take away from what what the audience sees, which, from a production standpoint, you do not want the audience to know what's going to happen before the episode airs. That's just common sense, right? You would think that would be common sense, but if they have a whole new production crew going on, or if they have sometimes location-wise. Location can make changes, but really, I feel it's still a production standpoint. Production should not allow the cast to have anything on social media until the episode ends.
Yep.
So we should not see anyone from this season. We should not have seen anyone doing anything on social media before Friday's finale. Shouldn't have seen it.
Without question. And honestly, I remember something that Jeff Probst said that, by the way, they're about to be on their 50th season of Survivor, which is, if y'all don't know, in the world of television, and Survivor came on before social media, so to make it to 50 seasons of television is an astounding thing. Now, they're not giving away $50 million for one person, although they should have, but that's the hype person energy of me. But Jeff Probst said, listen, if you guys spoil the show, then you guys are also spoiling the energy of the fandom that is going to support you. And I don't know if this is true or not anymore, because we are in 2026. But back in the day, if you spoiled anything and production found out and the network found out, you could be fined like $50,000. Like Colton Underwood from the Bachelor Traders now. He got fined some money for saying his truth. So where me, Gigi, Q, Solana, Jag, and the rest of us who do this, we can go there and make it do what it do, this, that, and the third, because we're not affiliated with the show. The only way that a content creator will ever be affiliated with a show is if you reach out to a cast member or a cast member reaches out to you. And at that point, there is a connect. Like I always say, y'all, it's important to read press releases, because sometimes they'll have the email phone number for you to contact them if you're a fucking content creator. Did I cough that up? I am so sorry.
Did you just spill the beans?
Oh my Lord Jesus. My Lord Jesus. Not like I'm a media nerd or anything. Not like I do this already. Not like we're close to 1 million views off of integrity, accountability, and responsibility and shit. Moving on. That part, Gigi. Thank you, gorgeous. But I say all that to say that the looseness of this season was a bit uncomfortable to me. Now, if you're going to do it, have a YouTube channel like Lauren, Jag said that Lauren was trying to set it up, but it seemed like when we went to it, it seemed like she already been doing that. You know what I mean? So if you are going to do it, then you should already be in that energy. But to have, and I think we all grew up in the same time period of Survivor, Big Brother, The Bachelor, Fear Factor. In those shows, it was appointment TV. You had to wait until 8, 7 Central, whatever network. Okay, if you want to know what happened, you better hope that they covered it on Good Morning America, the Today Show, or the early show. Okay, you had to tune in the next morning to see it. But I think because of accessibility and the flexibility of being able to have it when you want to has switched. Like, I don't know, for those of you who know about Star Search, it just came back to Netflix. But child, they're live at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I saw a comment, y'all, that made me laugh on Deadline.com. They said, so wait, the platform that ruined appointment viewing now wants appointment viewing again? And I'm like, you know what? That is so fucked up. So it goes to show you that regardless whether you watch broadcast or linear, appointment viewing, that energy still matters. But when you pop the helium out the balloon, and yes, pun intended, then it doesn't make you want to see a balloon in the sky anymore if you know it's going to be popped every time. You know what I mean? So, but anyway. Y'all go ahead. Y'all have some more commentary before we go over to Donna.
No, that's definitely true when it comes to, like there definitely should be consequences. And a lot of times there are. So I really don't know what OWN is doing. Maybe they feel like that is their way of keeping the momentum for the show going is allowing some of the cast to, make these make platforms based off the show.
Right.
But that, I feel like that's hurting the show more than it's actually helping. Now, doing it afterwards, or like we said, like after halfway through, okay, come in, start doing the reviews, like we're doing, that's one thing. But when you are basically you're on the show, you're doing a review after the show, you're bringing in people from the show who has either been eliminated or still there, that takes away from the audience, that takes away from the viewers, that takes away from the consumers, because what we're wanting, basically we already know what's going to happen, so there's no point in really watching. So that's going to take down your viewership, which is going to cause, now is this show going to last? Are we going to have this show for 15 seasons? Yeah, we made it to 11, but there's no telling if 12 or 13 is going to come.
Correct.
And with a lot of viewers feeling that the show is losing momentum, we might be in trouble. Like the show might be in trouble.
Yeah.
So
no, we agree.
I really would hope that they would listen to what we're saying and the audience and actually make changes for season 12.
No, absolutely.
Just like bring back viewer polls. Bring back to where we've talked about this. Let the viewers, or even us who review the show, let us do something where we help with casting. Let's do a virtual casting couch.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, see, that would be great. Or even at the reunion, like we said, a live reunion to where fans can actually have questions, already sent in, or the audience actually be able to ask questions that they want to know, instead of it being where, they're already preempt questions. Like, we don't want that. Like, let's let the viewers put the show back in the hands of the viewers, which is the reason for the show.
No, without question.
Yeah, that's my thinking.
And for those of you who are wondering why are viewers and consumers being brought up, it's something that I coined. There are the casual viewers that y'all tune in Friday nights, 9-8 Central, only here, hashtag on keeping it real. And that's all y'all tune in for. Nothing more, nothing less. There's a middle spectrum of a view-sumer, right? They like to view the show, but they like to consume it on a respectful basis, right? So what I mean by that is, if there is something from social media that relates to the show that you're watching, they'll consume it based on the storyline. So that's the mill. But the consumer, they want to see it all. They want to see us. They want to see the cast. They want to see business. They want to see it in every shape, form, and fashion that you can get it. And you're all right, Gigi, that, having that instability of how people can connect to a franchise really can make a franchise have a rise or demise, because we've been saying it for a long time. Just talk to the TLC people. Hell, y'all under the same fucking damn company of Warner Bros. Discovery. Just talk to them about how they did 90 Day Fiance and spread it all over everywhere like butter on buttermilk pancakes, and do that shit for all. That's all the fuck y'all gotta do. Gave y'all a whole game plan of it when I told y'all about Blink 94 Studios having now Light Horror Entertainment. Gave you the whole game plan, the spinoffs, the con, and every motherfucking thing else. And y'all know y'all can do this shit. That's the damn problem. Just okay. All right.
Yeah. But again, they're taking away from the consumers, and it's not even. It seems like they're not even really focused on the viewers anymore. They're just more so trying to get out the story.
Yes.
Which, as a viewer and a consumer, the story is good, but how it's told is better. Because one thing that I know, and because I write scripts, I produce movies, directing. Like every part of filming, trust me, I do. And the reason why I do that is because one, sometimes I'm a team of one. So I need to learn every part, the ins and outs. And one thing that I will tell you is like, when you're taking away from what the viewers want to see and the consumers, you have nothing. You can be the best storyteller, right? You could write a story and you can write a script and you can give it to a production company and you say, hey, this is the story that I've written. This is how I want it to be. Okay. And they'll be like, oh, okay, great. They'll read it. But guess what? Sometimes, and most of the time, that producer sees it differently and they visualize it differently than you. So what you wrote and how you thought it should be is not how it's going to be seen on TV.
Correct.
And then, you have some who are like, oh, well, you just completely just took away from my story and created your own. Okay. That could be true. And then in other ways, it's, well, you gave us the story, but we're giving you the explanation. We're giving you the ideas. We're helping you to truly fulfill your desires as whatever it is.
Correct.
And I feel like that's it with them. It's like, yeah, you can, okay, I got a story. Yeah, I got a story for you. But what is the story telling? What does the story in the end have? Like, is this story going to make me better after hearing it? Is this movie going to give me, an idea of how to probably maneuver through the future? What benefits do I get from this story? And that's just like you said, not everybody earns the right to hear your story.
That part.
And that's what I feel like is happening, especially in the world of television right now. 2020 COVID messed up a lot of shit, and I feel like there's been a lot of getting back to the normal, but there's things that just will never be normal again. Just like right now in Hollywood, we are fighting AI. AI is taking over everything, and they even have it to where there's a new fucking program where you can write a script and it'll go from script to movie with AI. No more production teams, no more, SAG is already it's already a problem, but it's a lot of,
there was to add to your point, there was an article that said, can Hollywood survive another strike with this AI? And I remember when the strike happened the first time, right? And there was a point in time where Netflix had the SAG Awards. Now, for those of you who are wondering why is this point important, it goes back to Gigi's point about Ready to Love and where we are with production and everything else, right? So during the strike, if you were a content creator and you reviewed any TV show or movie, you were automatically banned from SAG for the rest of your life. You could not get in. The premiere of The Haunted Mansion with Jamie Lee Curtis, Tiffany Haddish, and the whole gang, right? Lakeith Stanfield, all that. They had the world premiere at Disneyland, and all they had was content creators. Influencers. That's all they had. They didn't even have the cast. So the contracts are for a certain limited time, right? They're like multi-year contracts in media. And they have protections in there for AI, but I keep saying this. I need everybody to go back to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the Johnny Depp version at the end of the damn movie when Charlie's dad had to come back in and fix the fucking toothpaste machine because it broke down. That is what is going to happen with Hollywood. It's going to have to be human beings to fix this shit. Because there is no way in hell that I work so hard to get to the door and they say, hey, you know what? Braylon's virtual tour is good, but we can have a black AI do the same thing Braylon does. No, the fuck you cannot. No. Gigi, how many shows
but that's definitely what's happening.
How many shows have I done in a week on YouTube? On an average?
Oh, too many to count.
That part. I would do about 6 to 7 shows a week.
Yeah, I was gonna say like no less than 10. Like I think I have seen like 8 in a week.
Yeah, and that's all live. That's all me. I ain't got no well, I say no team in the parameters of the regular schmegular shows, right? But you add Red Love, when I did 3 with the T, I was doing about 11, 12 shows a week, all live. So you mean to tell me that AI can do those shows with the same energy, the same vitality, and the same boldness that's needed for a show like this? No, you cannot. Stop this shit. And it's going to be, in Hollywood's going to, hang on, y'all. Sorry. Give me a moment. Oh, I see it. Sorry, y'all. It just came all of a sudden. But I say all that to say, if we don't give a fuck about how we're being entertained, we will not have any spaces to be entertained. Let me come on camera and say that. If we don't care about who is entertaining us, we will not have spaces to be entertained. If we don't give a fuck about who is entertaining us, we won't have spaces to be entertained. If we don't give a fuck about who is entertaining us, this right here, this human experience, could be no more if we don't give a fuck about who's entertaining us. Therefore, we won't have spaces to entertain us. Back off camera. I just...
Yeah, and what you said is definitely, is definitely so true. It's like, what are we doing? Like that honestly is like where we're at. And I feel like that might be another reason why possibly we're seeing the seasons happen how they are, is because maybe now they have to have, the cast be more open about the process, because maybe the viewership isn't what it used to be. Like sometimes you just gotta, you gotta roll with the times and kind of conform to what's happening, because what we've seen this season compared to the previous seasons, last season, trash. We know that was just a trash ass season.
Yes, it was.
So I feel like this season was kind of like to try to make up for what happened last season, but then again, they're falling short.
Yep.
So, again, just looking, even though it kind of fell short, it still was a really great season. Not going to, take away from it. Great season. I feel like we did get a lot more out of it than what we got in season 10. Thank goodness. But I still just feel like it's still lacking compared to when we first started this. What we started this almost 3 years ago, something like that. I think 2-3 years ago. Yes. Yeah. So starting the review for Ready to Love and seeing how it's come in these 3 years, it's like, okay, we can see as content creators, we can see the difference.
Correct.
And being media nerds, we definitely can see the difference in how it was, how it's come to be to where it is now, and most likely you can pretty much judge where it's going.
Yep.
And I feel that if we do not pick up momentum, if we do not start changing, the way we do casting, instead of looking for what's aesthetically pleasing to the eye and to the consumers, let's actually get people in here who are truly ready for love, who are truly looking to be with, find their person, who is willing to take risks. I think we need to look forward to that. And until we get that, we're just going to keep getting the same thing that we've been getting.
I agree. Having that, and also too, having the diversification, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Yes, I'm using DEI language, okay? But diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging is not related to skin color. The diversity of how you can see a platform, the equality of how people can feel, and how people can feel like, oh, there is a spot for me. Inclusion in terms of the different tracks we talked about, Ready to Parent, Ready to BDSM. Inclusion of recognizing that there are many different ways to find love, and belonging, always having that North Star of this is for our culture. and being about recognizing that while culture does evolve, we have to have a center. So, with all that being said, let's get to our couple, y'all. Vince and Donnah. Child, let me tell you something. This dress right here, Donnah knew what she was doing with all this right here. Okay, I'm just gonna say that right now. Okay, listen. Okay, Vince, brother. Listen, you thought that one dress was something. Oh, Lord Jesus, my Lord. So, Vince comes up with some hydrangeas, I think. It's a particular flower.
Hydrangeas.
Hydrangeas. Thank you very much, beautiful. See, Vince, it's not just you, it's me too. But they're Donna's favorite flowers. And Gigi's like, this is why I can recommend
He said, your favorite flower, the hydrangeas. I said, oh no, that is that's not what they're called. They are not hydrogenous.
This is why Gigi's like, I was gonna recommend you, but you could not pronounce that word for shit. So Vince, we're together in this. I'm being facetious when I say that. I love Gigi very much. She knows that. So we got Vince is choosing Donnah if you allow the process to evolve. And Donnah said that, you have been honest and transparent. And I'm going to just say these three things on camera because I feel like it's so important. Donnah said that you provided physical, mental, and emotional safety. Let me come on let me stop sharing for a minute so y'all can see me clearly. Donnah said that Vince provides physical, mental, and emotional safety. Physical, mental, and emotional safety. Ashley. Sweetheart. Honey Peaches. I think you might want to learn from Vince and Donnah. You might get somebody if you're worthy of it. Back off camera. Now, let me get Vince and Donnah back on screen. I just had to do that because I'm just like, child, Donnah was able to list things off about Vince. Okay. And so they choose each other. What do you guys think about Vince and Donnah? And then we're going to get into this reunion because, child, I got to talk to y'all about this reunion preview, but go ahead with your commentary.
Well, I'm just going to give a quick one because we pretty much have talked about all of the couples. So, of course, we love to see Vince and Donnah. We're here for them, waiting for the reunion to see if they have actually lasted. I really, really am rooting for them. And y'all know it's a lot, especially how strongly I felt about Vince at the beginning. But I'm going to say, him in that red suit, he is sharp, okay?
Sharp!
Listen, but him and Donnah definitely, they are definitely good for each other. I'm here for them. I'm here. Yep.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
And listen, better not nobody say nothing about me actually defending Vincent and saying sharp, okay? It's taken a lot for me to do this.
Well, you know what? I will say this. You have genuinely come around because when Solana defended that dude from Ready to Love Make a Move, I mean, we had to guide her to Outback Steakhouse. Like, hey, listen, you know, you're trying to go with STK, but we can still go to Outback. It's still a nice restaurant. She was like, nope, STK all day. It's like, would you please quit defending this motherfucker who ain't giving shit just because you think he's attractive? So you did come around. And Solana, we still love you, child, but you roll down hard, okay? But yes, indeed. Jaguar, what did you think of Donnah and Vince? And then we'll get to the preview for the reunion. Then we'll get final thoughts and then head on out.
As I said before, there's not even anything surprising for me. I thought that they were going to end up together. So having them agree to be with each other wasn't much of a surprise. I do want to say, though, I want to throw a few things out there. One, the editing has to be done a lot better. Whoever's doing the editing needs to either step the game up or they need to be replaced, because there was a lot of information that we found out about the show just from the trailer, which kind of spoiled things going forward. The whole point of it is you're not supposed to know what's happening until you get to the next episode. So, for example, when there was the elimination, that was a cliffhanger when two women went up. It was Donna and Christina. And the end of the episode, we weren't supposed to know who was going home until the next episode. I already knew because from the trailer, the part of the trailer where Vince tells, where Darius tells Vince to shut up, the camera moves and you saw Donna there. So I already knew she was safe. She made it all the way to the end. So it wasn't a cliffhanger for me. It's the same thing with Cardi and Steven. From that same trailer, just for the part where Vince was telling Darius tells Vince to shut up, in that shot, it was Vince, Darius, and Bello. So I know Cardi and Steven weren't making it to the point where they got the double elimination. So right. They need to do things a little better. I also want to talk about the whole point of the people of the show trying to adjust to social media and how to become more dominant and prevalent in society. I watch mostly a lot of game shows. And one of the game shows I do watch is called The Challenge. It used to be called Real World Road Rules Challenge.
I know exactly what you're talking about, MTV, correct.
Right. Now, they changed the format now since they switched over to The Challenge. But before, on the old show, this is what they used to do. They used to have all the episodes of the actual show, and then you see who won, and then they would have the reunion. But before the reunion, they would have an episode in between called the shit they should have shown. And in that whole episode is just things that didn't make the final cut of the show. So things like interviews and scenes that we never saw before, they used to show all of that. So I think Ready to Love should follow that format and have episode 1 to 10 show the show, then have episode 11 as the shit they should have shown, and show everything that they didn't actually put in, all the stuff that they left out, and then have the reunion. That's just my take on it.
No,
that's actually a great idea.
We've been saying that in some form or fashion for a while of, having, the uncut versions, on Discovery Plus and HBO Max, and even to do what you did, like a season recap, adding there before it's seen stuff before. 90 Day Fiance had a show called 90 Days Bears All, was a companion show on Discovery Plus where it was the Ready to Love cast and never before seen footage. So no, very well said. And I think that would actually give a lot of context, because like that Donna and Vince clip that we saw, that should have made the show. You know what I mean? So a lot got lost in the sauce. So with all that being said, child, here is the reunion preview. Cardi apologizes and, has anything heated up, and Asante with that smile, she's excited about something. Nicole has words, and I do not like Dominique and Ashley saying ouch, and he was never interested in her ever, but yet you said I don't want anything to be associated with this guy on Facebook. Ashley, okay, all right, moving on. And then child, hang on, nephew Tommy, I gotta bring you up, bro. I gotta bring you up right now, because nephew Tommy just did the utmost with the shit. Hang on, let me find it, because hang on, it's all right here. When nephew Tommy jumped up, hang on, I'm gonna come on camera for this one. When nephew Tommy said, has anything developed, and Nicole said, baby, nephew Tommy jumped up. You got to be kidding me. He was like a kid on Christmas morning.
Listen, because there's still things that shock even him. because he might not know everything that's happening, especially on the outside when after filming stops, he doesn't know what really happened, so he's getting this information too. So yeah, I want to know what it was that made him jump up like that.
Right, and that's why I was coming on camera. I'm just like, did y'all see how he jumped up? Like, you got to be kidding me. I feel like this, and that's gonna be a meme if I send you that. Oh, I'm excited for you. We love Tommy Miles around here. Yes, we do. And then Dominique and Bello. Child, I was at his house a couple of days ago. Everything was great. And nephew Tommy.
No, don't. Hold on. Not to cut you off, but you got to say what she said, because she didn't say that. What her words is, he was just in my bed 2 days ago. Why did you tell us that if you really sitting here talking about how this man said that you was not wife material, but you want to talk about, you know what? Keep going. Never mind. I
love you, Chi-Chi. So with all, and yes, nephew, we were talking about your show. Quit looking at us like that. We talking about your damn show. So when Dominique said he was in my bed 2 days ago, and it was all good, everything was great, and nephew Tommy kept saying, I keep hearing past tense, and she was like, stand on business about me when you said I'm not worthy of being a wife. And I'm just like, what? You know how Adam So says, you shut up. I felt like that. I know. Bello did not tell this grown-ass woman that after all of this, that she's not worthy of being a wife. Now, Darius, listen, I don't know why you're looking at us like this, like you weren't there. You saw the same damn thing, motherfucker, okay? Listen, okay, I'm going to take Darius down, child.
Quick question. I know she's been married once and divorced, but hasn't she been married twice?
I believe.
Or was it that she was married once and then the other one she was dating for a while?
I believe she was married twice, because remember when she was talking about her tattoos and everything else? And
right.
Said she was married twice, if we're not mistaken.
So, I mean, not to say that what Bello said was true, but there might be some questions that need to be asked. If you've been married 2 separate times and they both ended in divorce, only common denominator with them 2 is you.
Would it be?
I'm just saying.
Would it be fair to say right message, wrong messenger?
Yeah, I maybe. Because I'm just like, yeah, it just, none of it makes sense. Because, I mean, Bello saying that to her, that don't make sense coming from him. And then her saying what he said, it just don't make no sense. Neither one of them makes sense. That's why they didn't work out, probably.
Child. Nephew Tommy on Lightheart Entertainment, Blink 94 Studios. We need a 3-parter. Do it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Ain't shit going on. We in a snowstorm right now. We will watch it. I'm screaming like they're actually listening to us. But the gag is, though, they have like hinted at some of the stuff we've said on our show, on the show. So it's just like, it finds a way to get to where it needs to be. Oh my Lord. Jag, what's your take on the reunion preview, brother? And then we'll give our final thoughts and everything in between. By the way, 10 people still here, 4 hours, 38 minutes. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. Jaguar, over to you, good sir, for your take on the preview for the reunion.
I had, well, as I said, pretty much I am 2/3 of the way correct, because as I said, I predicted Dom and Bello would be together, which based on the clip that we saw, it looks like that's the case. I predicted Ashley and Darius will be together, and from the post that she put out, that looks like the case. The only person I'm not sure about, obviously, is Vincent Donnah. My prediction is that at least 2 women were going to crash out, and I think I'm going to up it to 3. So we know Dominique crashes out. I think Lauren is going to crash out, and I think it's either going to be Ashley or Asante. It could be 3 or it could be 4. But I think right now, if I have to flip a coin, I would say it's either Ashley or Asante will be the 3rd woman to crash out. We might hear somebody from Christina. I think probably Christina's going to probably try to defend herself or make herself look good, try to.
Oh Lord, Daphne's
to
gonna say something. Good Lord Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, she's probably gonna put it out like, I'm not a gold digger. You guys misread what I was saying or misinterpreted me. Some blah 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 blah. But for me, it's Dominique for sure, Lauren I think for sure, and either Ashley or Ashanti. But given Ashley's post, I figured it might be Ashley.
Okay. I think that's a great way to end it with your commentary. And Jaguar, I just want to say to you, brother, you have been great all season.
Absolutely.
First time you dropped in to now, excellent takes. You're very fair, open-minded, and you're considerate of everything. So I just want to say you have done a great job being here with us all season. So thank you very much, my man.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. And come back for future seasons. Because Owen's gonna be stupid to get rid of this show because it's the show we wanted to get better, but damn it, we want to stay away from. But yet we keep coming back to it. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Well, I think that's going to depend on ratings though, because Philly seemed too long because of that break, and Detroit just felt rushed and crunched together. Like I said, I don't know how you had a season where 2 people who are still on the show only have their first date on episode 9. That's crazy work. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy work. And
production also screwed up again with Asante because the final men's lounge passed where they could have voted out a woman, and they ended up with uneven people. So ending up with 3 men and 4 women should not have been the case. By the time you got to the final episode, it should have been the 3 couples that you wanted. So I don't know. We'll have to see how Chicago goes. I mean, I don't know. I think Chi-Town is the defining moment. I think they also have to get a handle on the cast not spilling the beans, because I also participate on Sabrina's channel. She was one of the contestants already.
Yes, Sabrina Saul. And
yes, yeah, I participate on her channel as well. And she said when she was doing her season, production wouldn't let them, give out any kind of hints or details or tidbits or anything at all. They made sure to monitor them so that everything will only be revealed as the next episode comes on, and then everything comes out on your reunion. So again, it's a changing world. They're trying to adapt, but I think Chicago is where, because a lot of people were turned off by the season because it says they just didn't feel anybody had a connection. So if they give it one more shot and they don't have enough ratings, Chicago could end up being the last season. But if the ratings are good, they might save them. So I think they'll have to be perfect. They'll have to be perfect or almost perfect for Chicago.
I think what you're saying is not far off. Hopefully if they do win this NAACP Image Award, hopefully that will give them some steam. And like I said, y'all better do the biggest motherfucking campaign I've ever seen for that show when it wins it. Okay? I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Because y'all had Melody Shree win the Queen of Reality TV. Y'all didn't do no damn campaign for her own. Good damn. I mean, in the words of Barbara Walters, if you did all this hard work, you might as well promote it your damn self. Who's going to promote it better than you? Just child, that's the here right there. I'll end with this. Do y'all think that OWN could do 2-hour episodes of Ready to Love, or do y'all think an hour is just enough? It gets you from 7 to 8, or 8 to 9, or 9 to 10, and you're out.
I think an hour works better because that's usually how everybody else is. What you probably could do is you could probably do like not like a full 2 hours, but like an extended episode where I'll take the challenge for example, and I think they do it on Survivor as well. They'll tell you like at the start of the show, at the start of the episode, stay tuned to the end of the episode to see extra scenes or something like that, or never before scenes. Okay. So they could probably just add in like a 5 minutes or something after the episode of like something that was in the show in that episode, but they cut it out. They didn't make it to the final cut. Just to give people a little extra. Or as I said, they could do my original idea, which is follow the challenge option, which is show the regular shows, and then at the finale, the next episode is the shit they should have shown, and put everything together in that episode. So you can either split it up one way or the other. Understood. I was just wondering if that would kind of help, fill in the gaps of that. Gigi, what say you? And then we'll head out. I'll read the Daily Motivator and all that good stuff.
So for me, yeah, the preview. Again, I still feel like we need to do better with the reunions. From what we've seen happening on the preview, it would definitely benefit more if we did have like fan view, the viewer polls, or, even having that live audience to really kind of like speak on what was seen as a viewer instead of, the ones who are actually on the show or a part of the show. And I actually agree with Jaguar too, is even having the, was it shut the shit up or whatever, even having that where all the clips we've taken from the whole season, and either at the after the finale, right before the reunion, or however have you, show those clips that we haven't seen. They can make a full episode out of, clips that they've kept in the vault. Like, you can actually, honestly, with as many clips as they actually have in the vault, they can make a whole new season off of that same season just from those clips. So yeah, just to have that time to kind of like maybe see something differently, see a different perspective, or, some of the things that we might have seen and commented about, show us another side or another side to that, so that, you get a different opinion or something. But yeah, I'm hoping that after this season, Chicago brings a little bit more to the show. But I am afraid that if it keeps going this way, we might be at the end of Ready to Love. But then again, I feel like even if that was to happen, we still have the Never Ever Mets.
Yeah.
And with as much viewership as the Never Ever Mets has had, and the amount of success so far, I feel like it could definitely be the takeover show from Ready to Love if that was to happen. Agreed.
Well, Gigi, Jaguar, Q, everybody in the chat, thank you all so much. Great job all season. And y'all, we're not done. Okay, we're just done with this review, but we will be back for the reunion. Hopefully it's a 3-parter. Most of the time it's just two. Just 2 this season?
Yeah. Well, according to the episode, this is just 2.
Okay. Well, we'll be here for both.
I hope they try new things for Chicago. I mean, like, they could probably, I don't know, do something like interactive, like have like a survey of, what do the people at home, the viewers, think? Who do they think will make it to the end as a couple?
The thing was, when the Never Ever Mets came up, we did the polls every week, and it actually really added a lot to our after show reviews. It really did, because there were times where me and Gigi agreed and America agreed, and then there were other times like Are we seeing the same shit?
Right.
So, you know. But yes, indeed. All right, good people. Love you all so much. I'm going to do the daily motivator, and then y'all, I'm going to try my very best to pull a Real Housewives of Potomac review. So if y'all will give me some time, okay? Let me watch it. Let me take my notes, and I will come back and give y'all a show, okay? But y'all gotta give me at least a little bit of time, okay? But yes, so Jaguar, GTO, those were your final thoughts or anything else before I do the daily motivator then head out?
Well, thanks so much for having me. You guys have a good day. And if you guys are involved in any snowstorm or anything, please stay safe. Take care.
Yes, indeed. Love you, brother.
Thank
Right
you.
back.
Yeah, much love to everybody in the chats. Thank you guys for being here. Make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe, and make sure you are here with us for the review of Ready to Love. Even though this was the finale, we still have the reunion coming up. So make sure you guys are sticking with us for the reunion. And as always, much love, all love, one love, and we will see you guys back here next week.
Yes, indeed. Love you.
Later.
Beautiful.
Yep.
All right, y'all. Let's do the daily motivator for this here, and then we're gonna head on out so I can watch Potomac, and then I'm gonna come back with Potomac. But y'all gotta give me a little bit, okay? Y'all give me a little bit of time. Here we go. All right, that was such a good after show. I really enjoyed that. The talent of success is nothing more than doing what you can do well and doing well whatever you can do. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. I might have to come on camera for this one, child, because some people might need to hear this one in the back. Oh my Lord. Hello, nice to see you. All right, here we go. It's time for the day motivator for Monday, January 26th, 2026. Negative pattern. It's not good to get into a negative pattern. What's even worse is to stay there. Just because unfortunate things have happened doesn't give you a reason to be pessimistic. The only way for the past to continue into the future is for you to allow it. By all means, notice what's gone wrong, but instead of obsessing over it, instead of considering it a disaster, look for fresh opportunity. Challenge yourself to identify specific positive steps that will bring your world to a better place. Figure out how you can draw upon all the things that are going right so you can respond to whatever has gone wrong. Make the choice to keep negativity at bay while moving your dreams, values, and priorities to the forefront. Again and again, commit yourself to live in the service of what you know is good, refusing to be pulled down by whatever goes wrong. The moment you realize you're in a negative pattern, you can already be heading out of it. Follow through on that realization with positive, meaningful action and quickly get yourself into a much improved pattern, Ralph Wilson. You know, this morning we talked about Alex Pretty, the nurse that got palled by ICE unnecessarily, right? And y'all remember when Nikki News was here, I DM'd Nikki News something that got on my nerves to no end. And you know what Nikki News said? She said, factual, correct, ding, ding, ding. And so the first thing I want to tell you about a negative pattern is everything is in the eye of the beholder. If you consume negativity, that's on you. Especially when you good to damn well know that the totality of what you're seeing, you're being selective about what you want to see. So that's the first thing. A negative pattern only happens based on your point of view and what you consume and how you allow it to move in your life. That's the first thing I'll tell you. The second thing I'll tell you about a negative pattern is figure out how you can draw upon all the things that are going right so you can respond to whatever has gone wrong. Always say when you showcase your character, people will understand your character. When you showcase your character, people will understand your character. When you showcase your character, people will understand your character. Y'all, we've been on here for 4 hours, 53 minutes, and 2 seconds. And there are 6 people still here. That's because y'all want to be here. And I always say, it doesn't matter whether you have 6 or 6 million. If your soul ain't right, what you give ain't gonna be right. If your soul ain't right, what you give to whatever you put your hands on, mine or whatever, is not gonna be right. If your soul ain't right, whatever you give ain't gonna be right. Okay? All right, moving on. That's the second point. Finally, the third point. The moment you realize you're in a negative pattern, you can already be heading out of it. Now, I'm going to zoom in on this part. You can already be heading out of it. Just because you can already be heading out of it doesn't mean it's not a process to get out of it. I don't know if anybody just got that or if that was just me. But just because you can already be heading out of it doesn't mean there's not a process to get out of it. Just because you could be already heading out of it doesn't mean there's not a process to get out of it. Just because you already could be heading out of it doesn't mean there's not a process to get out of it. Recognize the process. I'm saying this to you as I'm saying it to myself. Now, I did, kind of be facetious of, it's not like I'm about to get to 1 million views off of integrity, accountability, and responsibility. But we are. And the blessing of that is when you can rest in knowing you can do what you can do, you ain't got to prove yourself to nobody. Because guess what? Karma always comes around with the quickness, in the words of Melody Cherie. Because let me tell you, there's a song that says, back then they didn't want me, now they all on me. The day that somebody's like, oh, okay, so I want to be able to cover many other things. How do I do that? Well, what do you do? Well, I just cover celebrity gossip and stuff. Oh, so you want to be taken seriously even though you don't take yourself seriously for shit. Now, of course, some people might be offended by that perspective. But hey, if you coming to me or if you coming to somebody else for help, I'd rather give it to you real straight, no chaser, rather than just pleasing you and you just going off and being a dumbass. But the reason why some platforms get to the higher that's waiting for them, and the reason why some platforms always stay at the lower that's available, is because it's easy to do anything for attention. It's hard to do something for a purpose. Anybody can do anything for attention, but it takes somebody to do something for a purpose. Anybody can do anything for attention, but it takes somebody to do something for a purpose. Now, in the words of Olmec, the choices are yours and yours alone. Actually, let me play that, because it's been a minute since I played that. Let me play that. Here it is. It's been a minute since I played this. Sometimes media can give us lessons more than we could ever contain, right? So here we go here.
You could start by running to the room of the 3 gargoyles. Push in the right tongue, and a door might lead you down a staircase into the wall climb. Here, you must choose.
Here we go.
You could start by running to the room of the 3 gargoyles. Push in the right tongue, and a door might lead you down a staircase into the wall climb. Here, you must choose your next path. You could race up to the observatory, spin the sundial, and pass into the room of the golden idols. Once there, push down on their bases to release the doors. That may take you below or lead you into the shrine of the silver monkey. Assemble the statue there, and you may be headed for the torch room. If the elevator is up, you could jump into the elevator and descend into the mine shaft. You might climb up the ladder or plow through the stone wall. Find the key, and it may unlock the tombs of the ancient kings, allowing you to climb into the spider's lair. If you escape, you may have a chance to sit upon the throne of the pretender. If the correct door is unlocked, you'll be able to crawl into the pit of despair and finally make your way through the cave of sighs back to the temple gate. The choices are yours and yours alone. Good luck.
There's many paths to get to your destination, but it's up to you to make the consequences of the path you take, or you can be responsible and get rewards. I will say though, rewards take a lot longer to get to the consequences. And some people rather just have consequences and complain about why they're not getting rewards. But rewards equals positivity, consequences equal negativity. With that being said, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do and do what you know. Never say you weren't born special, because you were always born a blessing and trust. You may not be where you want to be, but by the end of it, you'll be where you need to be. Do what you've been chosen to do. Well, it's one thing to call yourself, it's another thing to be chosen. One love, much love, all love. I have spent time with you, you have spent time with me, or we have spent time with you, you have spent time with us, and hopefully by spending time together, we'll rise some great together. And always remember, we're doing radio, television, YouTube, living your best life. But child, you ain't trying to be Ashley. And you're trying to be like a Donnah. Make sure the replay is not just worth for you to watch it, not just worth for you to listen to it, but if you want to experience it again. We love you, we value, we embrace you all. Always remember, or see love you gotta give it, or see love you gotta give it, or see love you gotta give it. Whatever obstacles you will overcome, where success you have achieved upon this particular day, we are extremely proud of you. But no one else is proud of you. Be proud of your damn self. And finally, y'all, recognize it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. Because how many people have we seen have amassed a lot in quantity, but that the quality is not where it needs to be? The truthfulness of a person is not determined by how much they say they do. That's how they execute. One love, much love, all love. I feel the love is in the right back to you. Commercial break and fireworks are coming your way for the day that was, for the day that's come, for the blessings on the way for you, me, all of us, as society, as people, as culture. We feel the love. We're sending right back to you. Give me a little bit of time for Potomac. I'll be back. Love y'all. Peace.
I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now, they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now, they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now, they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner.
Good evening. My name is Mark Woodbury. I'm the chairman and CEO of Universal Destinations and Experiences. Well, we're finally here. Tomorrow we begin a new chapter at Universal Orlando Resort as we open Epic Universe. We built this place for you. I want to thank you, our fans, for your love of our stories, characters, and immersive experiences that inspired this incredible place. Epic Universe represents over 8 years of meticulous planning, immense creativity, and innovation, combined with unmatched craftsmanship and operational excellence on the part of thousands of people who have brought to life the stories and characters that live beyond each of Epic's portals. But it represents so much more. Your love of Universal and the deep connections we shared together here in Orlando over the past 30 years inspired us to dream bigger and to push the boundaries to create something extraordinary for you and for generations of fans and families to come. And tomorrow, as we open Epic Universe, I can't wait for you to experience this place for yourself. Now it's your turn to step inside, to lose yourself, and to share this place with the ones you love most. As we open this park, we hope your world becomes a little more epic. Tomorrow, Epic Universe becomes yours.
Are video games getting too expensive? This episode, we want to find some common ground because the CEOs want to raise the price even more.
Not with these broken ass games.
$5 million. That's how much San Andreas costs to make. Is it their fault for selling or our fault for buying?
Corporations claim all this stuff. Devs say otherwise.
Sports gamers, cozy gamers, whatever you call the people who play Power Wash Simulator.
I think it stings a little bit more because I'm spending my actual money and my mom is not. Imagine they get rid of all movie theaters and then charge you the same price to watch the same movie at home.
That's like every streaming service. It doesn't have to be the longest of games, but am I having fun with it? This is Lex. I'm Ronell. Let's get right into it.
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.
Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content.
Child Redman over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child Redman over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child Redman over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child Redman over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time.